This sitting is now resumed. Prior to the suspension for lunch, this Honourable Chamber was debating a bill to amend the Value Added Tax Act, Cap 87. To that we resort.
Speaker, recommittal to government notices.
Honourable City Bridgetown.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the Anti-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2019 and the Customs Amendment Number 2 Bill 2019.
Recommittal of first reading.
Honourable City Bridgetown.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of the Anti-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2019.
Seconder, please. Seconder. Second.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be read here first time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of the Customs Amendment Number 2 Bill 2019.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be read here first time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
For it, public business.
Honourable member for St. James South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this bill that is before the Honourable Chamber, the amendment to the Value Added Tax Act, Cap 87, and to give support to my colleague from Christchurch East Central, who spoke passionately about it, the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South, the Honourable Member for St. Peter. And I rise to support it because it will do a great deal for being able to help businesses to move forward. And my colleagues outlined a number of benefits that would occur in the business sector in Barbados, in the economy, that this particular bill, this particular amendment will achieve. I am particularly pleased about it because of what has been happening to businesses in Barbados. At the end of the day, in a country, the only thing that provides jobs, housing, social services is if you have enterprises that are able to operate, make a profit, and to continue to grow on an annual basis. And every economy has to strive to create the conditions that would allow this to happen. Honourable members shared about some of the things that have happened in the past that have put a nail in the coffin of business in Barbados. I remember when we were last in office, Mr. Speaker, all across Bridgetown, you would see so many small business people operating, maybe on the sidewalk, maybe in a small store. When you go into communities, there were a number of community businesses that were operating, and Barbadians were enjoying a high standard of living. With the advent of the last decade, however, we watched the economy crumble, and when you watch an economy crumble, you're going to see it in your small businesses, and that is what we saw. Commercial spaces out for rent, as business upon business closed, a number of people going home. And part of the issue that contributed to it was the fact that as businesses struggle to survive, they make choices Unfortunately, some of those choices may make the payment of tax or VAT come at the end of the line, because the first priority of business for people in business is to stay in business. So your key critical payments that you need to make to keep the company open, to keep the doors open, they will tend to take first priority in your spending. And so the taxes would pile up. But one of the things that was particularly damaging to businesses was the rate of interest on the penalties. Those could mount up so quickly on you, Mr. Speaker, that after a while, sometimes they could double what you literally owe. After a while, people stopped trying to chase it because it just made no sense. And it needed to have a sit down that we talk and look through what is a reasonable rate of penalty, because the penalty must not put that company out of business. Then they had another problem where government, in its desperation to find revenue, decided that in the midst of a big economic recession, in the midst of heavy taxation, that they were going to put a regulation in where unless you had a tax clearance certificate, you could not get business, you could not execute business, you could not get foreign exchange, all kinds of things. And this put further strain on that small business sector. But at the heart of the problem was the fact that in Barbados, for a very long time, when a business does business with government, it could find itself in trouble. And it was eloquently shared by others how the length of time it takes to get paid for the goods or services that you've rendered, or the length of time it takes to get back your tax returns and refunds, monies urgently needed to move your business forward, that very often that was the death knell for a number of companies. It became so bad, Mr. Speaker, that in the small business sector, when we were trying to encourage small businesses to go after government contracts, we actually had members who said to us, I will not go after a government contract because it could literally close my business. And what did that do, Mr. Speaker? It meant that the landscape, the economic landscape in Barbados remained distorted. It meant that only a handful of large companies had access to government contracts. Government used to spend in the order of close to $500 million a year in goods and services. And that did not always include some of their capital works. And that money literally used to make a handful of businesses wealthy in this country. It made them look like a colossus, like they were business geniuses. But the bulk of their business came from government contracts. It shut out our medium-sized businesses, and it shut out our small enterprises. And they could never get contracts to help them make the transition from small to medium and from medium to large. So we were not expanding our sectors. And anytime that is happening in an economy, that economy is going to find trouble creating jobs for their young people. Because if your enterprises are not expanding, your students, your people coming out from the university, they're not going to be able to get a job. It also discourages other people from getting into the marketplace because the marketplace then becomes saturated. So what would happen? If you have tightness in the economy, people then tend to gravitate towards what they see other people doing well. Everybody then tries to pile into that sector, and then nobody gets any business. So these were the things that were going on in Barbados. The problem was that if we wanted to change that dynamic, if we wanted to move this economy out of a recession, if we wanted to be able to broaden participation in the economy, it was necessary to address a problem such as this. That is why I welcome this waiver, because it takes the choke from around the necks of businesses and it gives them a new release that they can breathe again and look to see where they can go after a number of contracts. So what was it? What was the effect of that distortion in the landscape and that tremendous pressure on businesses due to repayments, due to the high taxes that they were experiencing? It had a tremendous impact, Mr. Speaker, on not only the small businesses, it would be the small businesses managed by working class people, and it would be small businesses managed by middle class people. So what we would have seen as parliamentary representatives over the years when we were canvassing and knocking on people's doors as the squeeze of the economic recession bit home on people is you found that when you went to these sometimes very beautiful homes, but when you talked to people, they were losing their shirt. That people were in danger of losing their homes because they'd backed the company's loans by their house, or they'd pledged a piece of land. And so all across this nation, the middle class suffered silently huge blows. They lost a lot of assets that they had before, and the stress was telling on their faces, in their health, in their capacity to manage. And this had an impact on how they actually manage their businesses, because when your business is in a stranglehold, you can't get business, you have taxes, you still have your utilities to pay. When a business is in that kind of stranglehold, it can lose its focus. So that without available capital, people were not able to make repairs to their business. Now, what did that do? That meant that they could not give good service to their customers. Customers then would drift and go somewhere else. Where else would they go? They would shift from the small or medium-sized businesses and go to the businesses that were faring better because they were larger and better capitalized, and so the market shifted from under the small and medium enterprises. So this led to a further contraction within the small business sector. In addition to that, it meant that those businesses could not pay the wages necessary to attract the talent that they needed. So it made it difficult not only to attract good talent, but to keep what talent they had satisfied. So there was a lot of discontent among the staff, and therefore a lot more pressure in managing that. It led to poor decisions, poor pricing, where the desperation to pay a bill may cause you to look at somebody who comes to you to get something and say, they look like they have money, and they might seek to overcharge. These were some of the things that were happening, and what it was doing, it was choking businesses. So when the Barbados Labour Party came to office, it was with a clear understanding of what was happening to the business sector, what was going on among the large businesses, what was going on among the medium and the small and the micro. And we knew that if we were going to rescue Barbados, if we were going to make a difference, if we were going to create jobs, if we were going to get out of this hole, that there were a number of things that we needed to do, especially at the level of our small and medium enterprises. And I'm sure that the Minister, the Honourable Representative for St. George South, will speak in detail about what his ministry is doing and plans to do to assist to create the right type of landscape. So this government, I'm sharing this because I know we have done a lot of things, but what I find happens, Mr. Speaker, is that people see the things as one-off things rather than being part of a package that is heading towards a goal. I had the privilege of hearing the Prime Minister speak eloquently on this particular matter, the matter of seeking to complete the circle of enfranchisement in Barbados. I'm just sorry that it could not have been taped. It was riveting. What it is we are doing to help break the stranglehold that has been over the economy, to allow more participation and generate more wealth in families and broaden that right across the society. This is a battle that we have been fighting for more than 50 years. This is a battle that you've heard labor unions talk about. This is the battles that you've heard the Small Business Association speak about. That there was a need to be able to broaden participation and create a landscape that allowed businesses to flourish and allow them to thrive. We had to look at breaking the distortion. Now, one of the things that people often throw out is the notion of government giving to small businesses a portion of the contracts that they do every year, that way broadening participation. But in truth and in fact, that could not work unless the government did 2 or 3 things. And that is why this particular bill is before us today. Unless the government did something about prompt payment of goods and supplies, it was no point giving contracts to small business people because the contract would crush them. It would kill them. So if we were to make sense of our strategy, it was absolutely necessary to bring something like this and to bring the other measure, which we would have done sometime before, to make sure that people are paid for their goods and supplies and that we did not carry any arrears in that area. The second important step that we're taking now is to remove the taxes that were a hindrance to them through the years. Because what would happen, Mr. Speaker, is that they would start to hide from government. Now, that is a problem. We have a lot of small entrepreneurs dotted all around the country trying to make a living. There are some who have been getting through well. There might be a mechanic, there might be a dressmaker, there might be selling fish, they might be doing something that is actually thriving. But they've never registered to pay tax. And they are terrified that if they were caught by the tax man, it isn't just this year they would have to pay. They would have to pay all the years that they owe from behind. And that has prevented a lot of them from registering. That has prevented a lot of them from coming forward when you have special initiatives for them. When you go out and you do surveys and you're asking for information, you can't get the information because people are terrified that the tax man will come after them. And this has presented a severe problem for us in the area of services. Up to now, Barbados cannot properly quantify how much work or business is done in terms of services and what export of services we have, because people don't want to share because they are afraid of tax. And that is why the changes that we are making and the waiver that we are producing helps people to get a new clean sheet that they can start on. It gives them a chance to come forward and sort out themselves and be able to register correctly and to start going forward, be able to pay their contribution to the tax. So this is a very timely and a very important step that is being taken here today, and I want to commend the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central for bringing it and piloting it in this chamber. Now, why would this be critical to the small business sector, and why should we focus on them? Right now, the small business sector, when you take off the agricultural sector, the other non-agricultural sector of the small business sector represents close to 47% of the economic activity in the GDP that goes on in the country. That is significant. If you probably add back the agriculture, it might drop to 30%. But it is a significant contribution that they make every single year to the gross domestic product of this country. They may not feel it because they struggle to pay this, struggle to pay that, and it just seems like a long, hard grind in which you're not getting any help. But the truth is, without them, this economy would be in a disaster. Therefore, any assistance that we give at this level is going to do a great deal for moving our economy forward. That is why I welcome the number of initiatives that have been put on the table that will seek to close or complete the circle of enfranchisement, as the Prime Minister had shared with us. What are some of the recent efforts? What have we done as a government, 1 year in office, to assist and take forward that circle of enfranchisement? We had some decisions to make, Mr. Speaker. We found an economy that was not only under pressure, it was about to break. The average person on the street gets distracted by the talk from the last administration that buses running, the water running, the street lights turning on, so all has got to be well. So that when you say to a people that, look, we are the third highest indebted country in the world, that has no meaning for them. What does that feel like? What does that look like? When you talk about the fact that when we got into office by June, if we had to pay that loan, that it would break us, that it would devalue the dollar, that does not create an image in the mind of Barbadians as to what that is like. And therefore, we have the situation where, by not understanding and by not having experienced what the devaluation of a dollar could do to your personal life, to your community life, to security in the country, when we had to make adjustments and spread out the taxes across all of the groupings, across tourism, across the upper classes, across businesses, as well as among the average income earner, when we had to spread it out, people felt it and said aye. But not realizing that those efforts were efforts that were going to stop them from experiencing an even greater and more major pain. When there is devaluation of a dollar in a country, Mr. Speaker, it means that if you are earning $1,000 and you're accustomed paying $5 for a loaf of bread, that loaf of bread could go to $15. That and every other thing that you buy in the supermarket to feed yourself. So when we ask the country to bear the $45 contribution to the sanitation and garbage pickup, when we ask them to carry an increase on the fuel by adding the road tax so that it's spread across everyone, when we ask them to pay a little more in terms of income tax, when we put these things in place and we ask them to pay bus fare, extra in bus fare, it seems hard because they don't have the cross comparison to what it would have been like the pain had we been in a situation of devaluation. I am glad that they don't have that. I am glad that we were able to save them from that. I understand how they feel, but I want to reassure the Barbadian public through you, Mr. Speaker, that it was better for us to take these immediate measures to stop the economy from crashing and to be able to stave off the devaluation and then plot a path to go forward. So what were those efforts to go forward? One of the things we did was the trust loans, and my neighbor and fellow MP will speak eloquently to that. This was absolutely necessary to get people a jog start. I can tell you that in my own constituency, a number of people have been able to benefit from it, and they have been relieved and grateful. Then we have the plans for the bus drivers. One of the things that this government has said they will do is that they want to give wherever possible, wherever they have to move something from the public sector into the private sector. Anytime they have that to do, one of the things they want to do is to make sure, one, that first the workers in those organizations get a chance to be part owners of that particular business. Then invite the broader public to be a part of that business. This is going to give people an investment and assets that they can pass to their children. So when we were looking at the transformation of the Transport Board, this was what informed our process. How can we help those who are currently driving? How can we give them the opportunity to be part owner in a bus? That they can be a part of that particular transport sector and earn money. So it wasn't only the trust loans and being able to participate in the transport sector. It was also what was done in terms of agriculture, and the Honourable member from St. Philip South, our current Minister of Agriculture, has shared passionately about the feed program. The hundreds of acres of land that will be made available to ordinary Barbadians who want to get involved in agriculture, and the additional support. Why? It is not enough to give people the opportunity to grow produce, but they need access to water, they need access to financing, they need access to technical assistance. They also need access to markets. And what I love about the feed program, and the people of St. James South are looking forward to it. I know I'm considered an urban community, but I have a lot of people who are keenly interested in agriculture, and I will be speaking to you on that in no short order. But then at our meeting in the public square a couple days ago on Sunday, Prime Minister spoke about the houses that we intend to build to make available to the civil servants who are earning under $4,000 and therefore have been finding it difficult to get their own homes. Mr. Speaker, I am delighted for the civil servants. I am happy that they are going to have the opportunity to experience the joy of being a homeowner. You know what makes me happier? That small contractors will get the opportunity to actually build those houses, and we can start back and expand that particular group again in this country, because small contractors were decimated by the last government. The first order of business when they came in was to complain about the bad work of every small contractor, complain that they weren't doing good business. And it was a strange thing, because it was coming from a party that always said that they supported small people and small business people and wanted to expand their engagement in the economic pie. And every time that particular member got into this chamber, he would bash the contractors. Little did we understand that this was a prelude to get the general public to feel, yes, 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 contractors can be, small contractors can be trusted, don't give them any work, because he was about to shift as much government business as he could put his hands on into the hands of one or two contractors in this country. And what we experienced was a decimation of small contractors across this nation. I'll never forget, before the election, one small contractor came to me. He said, Ms. Husbands, I'm going to be very honest with you. I don't support the Barbados Labour Party. I vote Democratic Labour Party. But let me tell you something, Ms. Husbands. I have come to learn that when y'all are in office, I get work and I get continuous work and I'm able to grow. I have trucks, I have equipment, I have X number of workers working for me now. I am moving forward. I have done so well in these last 14 years. I beg you, please, Ms. Husbands, try and win the election. The Democratic Labour Party is my party, but I want y'all to win the election. We lost. And Mr. Speaker, I live to see those small contractors with all their equipment parked up at a certain business place for sale. When I go through my constituency, there are contractors there who owe government, who are very glad to get this waiver because they owe for VAT, they owe NIS, they owe everybody, but they have no work. But these houses that we are going to be building for the civil servants of this country is going to give them a new opportunity to get back engaged in the industry that they know and to be able to make a living and create employment for youngsters. SJPP, or SJPI as it's now known, the Vocational Training Board, they have been turning out term upon term upon term, year upon year upon year, youngsters with skills in plumbing, tiling, electrical work, carpentry, masonry. And Mr. Speaker, they have ended up under the trees, on the blocks, frustrated because we told them that if they went and they got these skills, there would be opportunities for them to go forward. And they ended up on the block with nothing to do, bills to pay, and children to feed. So the advent of a program like this is going to be wonderful. And if the contractors who were in business before can get that waiver on their interest, on their penalties, get a waiver even on the very tax, it will make a difference to them and give them the opportunity to start again. So what we are seeking to do is to build an encouraging environment. And I was so pleased to hear, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member from St. Philip West, in his capacity as the Minister of Culture, he announced just a day or two ago another initiative that this government is putting on the ground to create more enfranchisement of more people in Barbados. And he spoke about the fact that they no longer have to present a tax certificate to be able to benefit from contracts from the NCF. He spoke about the removal of VAT from the things that they have to import, the equipment that they have to rent in order to put on the shows. And the promoters gave us the assurance, and I hope that they keep their word, that it's going to be cheaper now to get into all of the programs that they will be putting on during the crop over period so that more people can participate in the festival. Mr. Speaker, it is these types of initiatives that mean a lot to people, to give them a chance to breathe again, to give them a chance to feel that there is hope, that they can get a fresh start. And all of that is coupled with our program for the renewal from the Garrison all the way back to Spring Garden and Paradise Beach, where we're looking for
Your Honourable Member has 2 more minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Where we're looking to create new opportunities. If we can get our small businesses moving again by relieving them of these payments, it will give them a chance to get ready to be a part of that new growth that is going to catapult Barbados forward into an era of prosperity. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask Barbadians to hold strain. I know that there are lots of voices out there that seek to mislead them about what this government is doing. There are voices out there trying to make them feel that the efforts that we are putting in, the decisions, the tough decisions that we have had to make, people have been trying to persuade them that they're not in their best interests. People have asked, for example, why are you carrying up bus fare and you don't have your new buses? Why are you charging more for sanitation and charging more for water when you can't deliver the water and you don't have the sanitation trucks? I just want to say to my fellow Barbadians this. Our agreement under the BERT program is that Barbados cannot carry any arrears. It means we have to pay promptly every bill that we have. And Barbados has a couple of entities that run arrears month upon month and in millions of dollars. The Transport Board, $4 or $5 million a month. The Barbados Water Authority runs arrears every month. QEH, CBC. If we were to allow those to continue, it would completely destabilize our program. So we had to take a decision. So despite the fact that we were not able to get the sanitation trucks and the buses have not come as yet, we could not allow the arrears to continue to mount while we were waiting to put those things in place. And so, Mr. Speaker, we had to make the necessary adjustments so that we could continue to meet the bills, so that we would not carry arrears. I want to congratulate the team that has worked so hard. I want to congratulate all of the persons, all of us who've participated in helping to create this particular piece that will take us into the future and give people a new start. I celebrate and welcome, Mr. Speaker, this waiver of taxes and the waiver of interest and penalties for the benefit of Barbados. I thank you.
Honourable Member for St. George North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend my support to this measure of VAT and the relief that's given to many small, medium, and of course large businesses. Mr. Speaker, it's important for us at times to reflect on the measures that are introduced from time to time by government over the years as tax measures. Tax measures are important because they help to run the country, they help to pay the way for the country. And a country really cannot sustain itself without tax income. And therefore, we as a government must ensure that these taxes that are imposed from time to time, that they are collected in a timely manner and that the interest payable on tax from time to time is of a rate that people can actually pay. Mr. Speaker, I know, and you know, I believe, that people do not like to pay taxes. Nobody likes to pay taxes. Everybody feels that they should receive their income and that government should be the last person, the last entity that receives the tax. But yet, we must provide the service. And the public, from time to time, must be educated to understand, because sometimes people ask these questions, and we must continue to educate people as to why these taxes are imposed by government. And I find, Mr. Speaker, that, and I have made this point over the years in here, that I came along at a time when I saw my grandmother paying taxes out of her sales of pears. I don't know if you remember, Mr. Speaker, the olden days, but people usually, there was a time when you pay property tax out of sales of pears and fruits and so on, yams and pear. But my grandmother, in her day, made sure that by October the 1st, October the 31st, when the pears were picked, that she paid her taxes. And people at that time felt that paying land tax was important. And it was the older generation, Mr. Speaker, that paid their taxes and were satisfied that the taxes were paid because they felt it was a duty. It was the duty of a good citizen to pay his or her taxes. And we came through that era. Over the years, however, more and more taxes have been imposed by governments over the years. For example, I can tell the House that in 1976, a tax called the stamp tax was imposed by the DLP government. That was reviewed by 1976. And we noticed that over the years, more taxes were imposed. By 1996, 97, 98, in that era, a new tax called the VAT tax was imposed by the Barbados Labour Party. And that tax was imposed at a time when a number of indirect taxes were removed from the book. And it was imposed at a real low rate. And we did not feel the extent of the wrath of the people at the time because it was imposed at a time when people were working, when things were looking up. In the last administration, under the DLP, they introduced the NSRL as a tax. And that also, to my mind, was imposed at a time when the economy was going through stagnation. And at this time, this government was faced, when it came to office, of the NSRL, and of course, that was a bad tax that was then removed. We have since introduced a number of small taxes that, to my mind, does not add up to what the NSRL was imposing on this country. Yet, we hear from time to time that we are overtaxed, and one has to look carefully at this whole measure of why do we call ourselves a high tax regime. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we have to look carefully at this whole notion. Are we a very heavy tax destination? When we look at the things that we get as a nation, free education, free health service, elderly ride free. We have a national bus service, and, you know, we have to measure the various things that must be paid for. And we need to be able to educate our folks across the nation that a government can only find its way, can only pay its way through taxes. And as a country, we have to run our own affairs. It is not fair, Mr. Speaker, to expect a foreign country to provide loans, to provide gifts and give all types of incentive to us. And we, the people of this country, are not expected to pay our fair share. And we must continue to not only educate, but talk to people, because people forget a number of things, a number of initiatives that from time to time are provided by the state. And therefore, it is important constantly to remind people of what we are doing. I believe that the measures that were introduced this year And the measure, for example, the reverse tax credit. Reverse tax credit, that is important for us to spell out that people do not pay taxes, but they receive at the end of the year some form of payment for the taxes that they did not pay. And you get the reverse tax credit up to $25,000 now. Person who earning less than $25,000, Mr. Speaker, will receive a grant. Now, this is a new initiative where a government decides that persons who are not earning that income receive a benefit. You're not earning the income, but the government is giving you some money at the end of the year because you did not earn enough. Now that, to my mind, is a democratic government, a government that is social in nature, because we want to be able to provide not only the poor with some means of income, but we want to be able to shore up the system that is important for our development and, of course, our democracy. So that we, as a country, may be taxed, yes, but when you look at other developing countries, and I talk mainly of the US and Canada, where you have, for example, in Canada, you have 7% GST, and you have the Ontario tax, you have the federal tax, and you have also stamp taxes. So persons living in that society will pay a number of taxes, and it has nothing to do with your age. If you're 65 and over, you pay for transportation. And when you go into the supermarkets, you pay as a normal person. So that when you compare persons in that society who have to buy goods from every day, who have to go to school like us, they have to work like us, and they pay based on the income that they earn. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we have to be able to say to people at this time that a tax is necessary, and the benefits that you get, for the social benefits that we get as a country, far outweigh what persons in the capitalist societies get. I believe the only country in Europe that may be classified as a socialist country in terms of what the benefit they receive may be France. I think France has a more liberal system now, where the threshold seem to be on the persons who earn below 35,000 pounds or euros, as the case may be. So I feel, Mr. Speaker, that the case must be made. The case must be made and put forward why we collect taxes and why it is that the services that we receive, and the government must be able to point out to people. And of course, we have to do a number of programs across Barbados from time to time to remind people that yes, taxes are necessary. We pay taxes. It is necessary. It is vital and necessary for the sustenance of this country. We do not, Mr. Speaker, persons outside do not owe us a living. We have to pay our own way. We are an independent country, and therefore the taxes that we pay are necessary in order to run the affairs of this country. Now, this morning I heard the Minister of Labour. I heard the Minister of Labour today, Honourable Member for St. Peter, appealing to employers to help with the job creation. Help with the job creation, I heard, remember, appealing to employers. And I believe that this appeal is necessary, but when a government could reduce the taxes, the employer's contribution and the corporate taxes to almost, is 5% now? So 5%. It should be a moral obligation of all employers to help create some form of employment. I understand that persons always look at their bottom, the bottom line, look at what they earn. But when you can reduce taxes from 35% to 5% as a corporate tax, I think the business community should know that this is really an incentive, to create long-term employment, training. We are now at a point, Mr. Speaker, we are now in our development where there was a time when the economy was doing so well. This Labour Party administration, first between 1994 and 2008, we used to provide jobs, opportunity for all school leavers at this time in summer vacation jobs. I remember the Bridgetown Port, the Ministry of Housing, Ministry of Health, that we created a number of jobs for young school leavers to give them their first job initiative. Used to be created at the port. But since we came to office, the last administration has depleted all the finances, so there's no money now to create employment or job opportunities for those first-timers. So we have to beg employers. I think employers out there should be willing to provide this first job initiative for young school leavers, to give them an opportunity to feel what work is all about. And I will want to join with the minister to encourage businesses who are getting some form of relief this year to use that extra money to help train Barbadians, to help train and cushion this blow, because we know what it is, Mr. Speaker. We are going into a long summer, 10 weeks, and you're going to have a number of persons leaving school, colleges, university, and we want to appeal to the business community to help provide that first job for so many young people. It is important that we do so because they're getting a relief. This is an incentive. And whenever the Barbados Labour Party is in power, we do it. We are back in 76. Incentives were given after the Adams administration won office. And this administration, another Barbados Labour Party administration, is doing similar, providing the incentives to help our people. The government must look carefully at the role of government. I have always said that government, I made a point way back in 2008 that sometimes government becomes too large, but it's the private sector that must carry the weight of the economy. Job creation is not necessarily the duty of government. Government must set the economy right. Set the economy right and allow the private sector to carry the job weight. I think we need, at this stage, Mr. Speaker, though, to look carefully at what government can do, because, if you ask an individual, Mr. Speaker, who do you want to work for? Where do you want to work? Everybody wants to work in government. Everybody wants to work in government. But government cannot find jobs for everybody. We have to be able to set a new way, a new order in Barbados. I think we need a new order in Barbados. We need to put a full stop and start all over again. Because I don't know the whole magic is. Is it because the security in the private sector is not good? We need to ensure that security exists in the private sector as well. That persons cannot be dismissed willy-nilly. That there must be some letter of comfort for the average person who wants to work and find a job. The private sector must be providing high-level employment in terms of from health service, in education, in all aspects of work. The private sector must be the one to drive the economy. We want to be able to see that in the media, the fourth estate, I heard it this morning on the radio, that jobs creation be done by the media and guarantee that job security as well. That when a person has a job, that before you put this person into the job, fully into the job, that you train this person. Training is necessary. We need to have the training from that point of view. When persons are trained, then you put them into various levels. Before a person becomes a full-fledged employee, then you must give that person some form of contract. And I think if there's, and the contract must be spelled out in a way that a person have some form of security, and that this security can stand up in a court of law, that a person must not be dismissed willy-nilly without a justifiable reason. So that the government must, the Ministry of Labour, must work with the private sector to ensure for the first time that persons want to work in the private sector as well. We need to set this right. A person must be able to see himself or herself working as a doctor in a private hospital, a nurse, private hospital, a carpenter, a mason, whatever sphere of life. And that government must not feel, that we must not allow people to feel that they can come into government. Our government is only an employee, that person come and just sit down and do nothing. Gone are those days, Mr. Speaker. And we have a duty at this point in time to make people believe and feel that they just can't come into government. I want to work in government because in government you don't do anything. You come to work, there's no supervision, and you get paid. But how do you get paid? You get paid because it is the taxpayers' money. And this is important because every young person must feel that when they get a job, it is a contractual job. I get a job because it is a contract. We are all under contract. All members of parliament here are under contract. We are here for a period of time. If we do not perform, some of us will leave. And the taxpayers and the public out there will judge us for what. If we are performing, if we're not performing, then they will take it from us. And every worker must believe that he has to perform. If you do not perform, you do not get your contract renewed. I am therefore calling on government to look at this whole notion of the whole civil service, and the unions. Can we at this time, Mr. Speaker, in this year of our Lord 2019, going forward, agree that we have this thing called permanent employees in government? That you come to government, you get a job and you're there permanent. No work. And I want to say to all ministries, government departments, and all those persons who are hearing my voice today, that we have, if we want if we want Barbados to go forward, we have to be able to produce and produce better. We have to put a full stop, as I said before, Mr. Speaker, work our way up and ensure that we have some form of security, yes, but every person out there who are offering a service must be able to offer that service and get due reward for his or her service. There should be no difference between the private sector and the public sector. That if I work in the private sector, I should have some form of security as well. If I work in a government service, I should have security, but I must work and earn my way up. There are still too many people who want to work in government because they think it is a free-for-all. And I believe that we have a duty at this time to understand and let people understand that it is a different ball game now. In fact, I heard only recently this question of the 1975 order of where they were talking about pensions. If a pension person's community service after 1975, if they should receive 2 pensions or 1. And that was the first attempt, at that time to have a unified pension system. It took long, but the question remained if, in terms of sick benefits, if these sick benefits are really a pension or if there's only a benefit because a person is sick. And these are things that we need to explain. These are things that must be clarified. But the time has come upon us that our tax system must be clearly explained to people, and especially to Barbadians, that we are paying our way, and that the tax dollar that we pay from time to time is what helps to sustain this country. It also brings me to the question, Mr. Speaker, that we have to look at very carefully, the question of accountability. You collect my money, you collect my taxes, and tax must be small, yes, if it is too high. But what about accountability? How do you account for my money? And I think the question of accountability is very important. How do you account for my money? The last administration collected a lot of money, and it is said that you cannot see anything that they did with the money. We do not want it to be said of this administration 10 years down the road that our taxes are not accountable. VAT is an indirect taxes that is payable on everybody pays the VAT based on your purchases, indirect tax system. In fact, I believe the VAT brings in a lot of money every year, and that the Ministry of Finance should carefully, and I'm very glad that we were able to introduce a new financial arrangement here in the estimates, where ministry by ministries are called upon to account for how they spend and what they do with their money. We want more of that. That's a very good thing that has happened. In fact, I salute the government because that's the first time it happened, and it's a very good thing. We need it. We need to have it more of it throughout the year. Accountability in government. We need to have more of it. We need that accountability, Mr. Speaker, from time to time. This Parliament, which is the Parliament of the country, the last government, Mr. Speaker, never account to Parliament, never account to Parliament. Parliament, you have ministries, departments, not their financial records outdated for 10 and 15 years. You do not know how to spend their money. This Parliament, in the last 10 years, you had ministries, I can talk, the CBC, you can talk about the, not only CBC, housing, the National Housing Corporation, and BAMC, and some of the others, Mr. Speaker, not bringing their accounts to this Parliament for 10 years. And this is what I'm talking about. Accountability is important. How you are spending my money. And if the nation knows that my money, my tax dollars, we spend it on education, we spend it on health. This country, we just put back young people to school at the KFL campus and the University of West Indies. A good move. We need to be able to, the country needs to know how much it is costing the Ministry of Education, how much it is costing us per year to do that. The Ministry of Labour must tell us how much the Vocational Training Board costs for training. The Ministry of Health must tell us how much money we spend in the hospitals, how much we spend in the geriatric, and so on. All of these things are important. We are living in an age of communication, better communication ever before. People are better educated today than they were years ago. And therefore, the question of how you spend the tax dollar is important. How you spend our money is important. Interest rates too, Mr. Speaker. I want briefly to say that, again, government is looking at the interest rates that's charged on its taxes and so on, high, 4%, 5%. We need to look at the interest on penalties and interest and penalties on taxes. Sometimes it's good to write off some of them, which we are doing, but the interest sometimes is so high, and government has to look at the interest that it is taken from people on these taxes, because it can cripple an individual or company. But once a company is prepared to hire staff, then I believe that the government should look carefully at helping persons to get rid of that high interest rate, that persons and companies that are employing people, you could give them some incentives by lowering the interest rates and penalties on this long outstanding debt. Mr. Speaker, so that I believe that we are doing all right. There's a number of things that have to be done in order to make this country first world. We cannot be first world, however, if we do not have accountability. We cannot be first world if we do not have accountability, because people out there are watching us. Countries are watching us. I have heard it said before, you want to borrow our money, then you have to put your house in order. That's what it is, you know. So people are talking about we're going to the IMF. IMF and those world bodies, they are a disciplined organization. And if we want to be a first world country, we have to be a disciplined people. Disciplined people put our house in order so that other persons will not come in from outside and put it for us. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Michael West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as is my wont to say, I shall endeavour not to detain you or the House with a lengthy submission. Now, Mr. Speaker, this really, in my view, is a rather simple and straightforward matter. We've had some long speeches, but we're dealing with the issue of waivers with respect to, and write-offs, waivers and write-offs with respect to taxes owed, we say to the government, but owed to the state. Now, I understand, I suppose, why government is taking the initiative that it is with respect to this matter, but there are a couple of things that I would want to put on the table for consideration. I'm a little bit surprised at the tone somewhat of the debate so far, because at the end of the day, this money, these taxes that we're talking about writing off, really monies collected from consumers in this country, monies collected for the government belonging to the state. And we make a big hue and cry, and appropriately so, when businesses and employers beat up national insurance from people's salaries and then do not pay them in as they ought and as is required. We make a lot of noise about that, and rightly so, because it is monies that you have collected from employees on behalf of the state. It's a similar thing when you have collected VAT. This is money owed to the state. It is not so simple a matter simply to suggest that businesses are feeling stress, cannot pay, taxes become uncollectible, and so we write them off. We have to make sure people understand that what you have done by withholding these monies from the Treasury is that you've taken money from people in the name of the state and you've not passed it on. This is not a question where businesses are struggling because they're not performing. These are monies collected as you do transactions in the name of the government, and therefore they ought to be passed on. The fact is, much time has elapsed. Taxes have not been collected. Some perhaps might be deemed to be not collectible anymore, and therefore the write-offs, and therefore the waivers and stuff like that. But the message should not go forth from these hallowed chambers that it is a good thing or a thing to be encouraged because of government's generosity today, which we are legitimizing. It's not a good thing or a thing to be encouraged. That message should not go forth that you collect taxes in the name of the state and withhold them, and if we withhold them long enough, government will give a write-off and a waiver. We got to be careful, therefore, with the tone with which we express ourselves in this debate today. Second thing I want humbly to suggest, Mr. Speaker, is that if the government is going to write off large amounts of taxes owed to the state, especially if we're talking VAT. Mr. Speaker, I believe that information ought to be made public through some fiat, some forum, some mechanism, not suggesting that government stands at the top of Broad Street and shouts the names of people or plaster them all over the pages of the daily newspapers or any such thing. But there should be a way to have it made public for those who would want to inquire as to whose taxes are being written off. I really believe that this is appropriate in the context of the current times in which we live and govern now in Barbados. We have already in this debate today made the charge that the tax refund system fell victim to abuse and corruption and that persons will hear around the corner who got a refund and why, whereas they could not get one. Now, I've heard that charge made here today, and I accept that that may in fact reflect the reality. Well, if that is the reality, we've got to be very careful when we come to a point where we talk about write-off of VAT owed to the government, to the state. We need to know whose taxes it is that we are writing off as a state. Clientelism plays a large role in these transactions which we deem to be corrupt. Party favor also plays a large role in that. And I'm just saying that in the current context in Barbados, where we are so concerned about transparency and openness and accountability and integrity and all of the like, we cannot expose ourselves to the possible charge that we are guided by considerations of clientelism or personal connections or party favors, partisanship, favor. And so I humbly, Mr. Speaker, do really suggest that when initiatives like these are to be taken, it should be that there is established a mechanism whereby it could be publicly ascertained if one would want to inquire as to whose taxes, which businesses, which companies are the beneficiary of such write-offs and such waivers, in the interest of transparency, in the interest of consistency, in the interest of accountability and access of the public to information of matters of state, especially with reference to the national purse and the national economy. I also do believe, Mr. Speaker, that we should not just have write-offs relevant to periods of time, and that is with respect to years, as these bills before us indicate. But I believe, Mr. Speaker, that if there are to be write-offs, write-offs should not exceed a certain amount, and therefore quantums become a very important issue. And I just spoke with respect to access to information on these transactions where write-offs and waivers are involved. And I don't believe that with respect necessarily to every instance that has to be the case, but certainly there should be a certain floor or minimum amount which should not be able to escape the scrutiny of public interest or public view. And I want to make myself clear. We should know which companies are benefiting from these write-offs. We should not give write-offs beyond a certain amount, and public access to information should be part of the mechanism around these transactions, and that does not necessarily have to capture every Jack and Joe, but certainly minimum amounts should be established within the context of which that information should be made available and exposed to public scrutiny. Now, Mr. Speaker, VAT was introduced, I'm sure you're aware, because it was considered to be a more efficient way of collecting revenue by way of taxation for government. It was introduced in a context where about a dozen or so other taxes were eliminated because that system around those taxes proved to be inefficient. But it has always been, I think, admitted that the implementation or the introduction of a value-added tax, even though you were eliminating 11 or 12 other taxes, you were moving to a situation where you were introducing a tax which, yes, may be more efficient, but it was inequitable, and the burden would more so harshly fall on the poorer elements of our society within our economy. Hence, I think that is why you would have had things like the reverse tax credit, introduced to cushion the negative impact of the VAT upon the poorer consumers in our economy. Now, I say that to say that we have introduced a value-added tax and eliminated 11 or 12 or so other taxes to create greater efficiency, understanding that there will be a heavier burden falling on the poor because there's a VAT rate applied equally and evenly across the board at 15% then, now 17, I think, 0.5%. But, Mr. Speaker, if I have to stand on this side and speak, I must try as best as possible to represent fully the true picture, the reality. Because on top of the fact that this administration has come to office and the VAT has stayed at 17.5, and in fact there has been some increase with respect to the tourism sector, we have also had additional taxes imposed in the Barbadian economy that are causing a greater sense of burden on the consuming public of Barbados. And I think the matter of taxation, I've said from this position before, the pursuit of a policy which places a heavy emphasis on taxation brought this country under the last administration to a sorry pass. This administration has come and has found that perhaps out of necessity, perhaps under the weight of IMF dictates, this administration has found that in order to redress our fiscal and economic situation, they had to introduce other impositions causing a greater burden of taxes. It would be said in response to that we have ensured that the reverse tax credit, which was practically eliminated by the last administration, has been restored. And that argument would hold some weight. But that argument could also be countered by the reality that the bus fare imposition, a 75% increase, the increases attaching to water bills in Barbados are extremely burdensome, and that is the cry you hear echoed all across this country every day. And therefore, we are talking here about VAT and waiving VAT for those who have been delinquent or for whatever reason found themselves at some point in time unable to pay the dues that they collected in the name of the government. We're having that discussion at a time where taxation has increased, where the burden continues to fall heavily, and where the softening measures offered by the government are insufficient to counterbalance the weight of that burden. And it is a serious moment, therefore, Mr. Speaker, in which we live. It calls for sober thought, not necessarily long speeches, and the government, I would want to suggest, must find a way of getting the Barbadian economy, the Barbadian consumers out of the predicament in which we find ourselves. Because I do not think, and the message that goes out of these halls today is clear to those who feel the burden of having to pay new and additional taxes on top of those taxes imposed by the last administration, save the NSRL, which was repealed. And at a time when we're waiving big monies, we do not know what amounts, and we do not know for whom and why those businesses. That's a serious situation, Mr. Speaker, which you could probably address and elucidate on far more capably and with greater certainty than I can. But that's where I am on that. Now, just one other matter, perhaps, Mr. Speaker. I think the Honourable Minister of Finance, the Honourable Prime Minister, did also in her financial proposals to this House suggest that there was going to be a change in the categorization with respect to VAT, moving from zero-rated to exempt status of certain entities or persons who were involved in providing services for export. No further specificity was provided with respect to that. All we heard was that some of these entities, that those who were involved in that type of service for export would be recategorized and the status changed from zero-rated to VAT exempt, which means that there would, in fact, therefore, be an additional burden of taxation on them because they cannot reclaim any input taxes, any input VAT. Mr. Speaker, that will obviously make whatever service or supply they give for the overseas and export market far less competitive. So we need to have some greater clarity and specificity given with respect to that matter, because if it has been said or stated, I have not heard that. And that is all I have to say today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on this particular matter, that we are writing off. But for whom are we writing off? And I think when we write off, there should be some information provided in some way, limited public way, as to whose taxes are being written off. And I think that there should be an address with respect to the matter of the amounts that we write off, and we should not write off for a period of time, but there should be a ceiling beyond it and above which we should not go with respect to write-offs. With respect to making the information accessible to the public, there should be a flooring or a minimum amount below which you do not have to go, because these are small people. But the government cannot see itself deprived, the state cannot see itself deprived of large amounts, large quantums of money, and the public, whose money it is, not know what is going on. We could talk about all the other matters raised here today. They are important, but I don't think that they are as immediately pertinent to the core matter of this issue, which is write-offs and waivers relative to VAT at a time when VAT still exists at 17.5, raised in the tourism-related sector at a time when taxation has been increased in Barbados, and the efforts to soften the burden are not such as that the people feel comfortable with that position. Thank you.
Honourable Member for St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise to add my voice to this debate on the bill which will amend the value-added tax, Cap 887, to provide, among other things, for write-off of certain outstanding tax and of penalties and interest incurred in respect of arrears of tax. But, Mr. Speaker, I wish to start probably where I started on Sunday night. And indeed, this government is a government that came to office and found the country in a perilous state. Indeed, the last decade can be considered one of hopelessness. The greatest challenge for the people of this country was one of lack of hope. And indeed, we are here as a government to create opportunities for all Barbadians and all businesses, no matter what color, class, or creed. So we are here to create opportunities for all Barbadians and all businesses across the spectrum. So what we do for one, we have to do for all. And it is a level of transparency. We don't have any favorites as we seek to promulgate good business practices and as we seek to bring this country out of the mire and indeed out of the state of flux. And indeed that is what we have been doing for the past year. So when we examine this bill before the House, Mr. Speaker, we are clearly seeing, despite pundits who would say that this government has no growth strategy, we are seeing a situation whereby we're about to create and an environment for growth, an enabling environment where businesses can flourish. And I want to say to the Lord Chamber and to the people of this country, there were times in the last decade, Mr. Speaker, and I know this for a fact, when businesses had a choice to either pay salaries to employees, that is after the ones that have been left after they have sent home the ones that they sent home. They then had a choice to pay salaries to the remaining employees or pay NIS and VAT. So I put the choice to the country over the last decade. What was before businesses in this country? That choice, either to pay salaries to the remaining employees or to pay NIS and to pay the VAT. And I know all of us in this chamber, whether opposition or government, if you had that choice to make, or those who are here to witness this important debate, would make one choice, and that is the choice to what? To pay the employees, to keep your business as a viable entity in this country. And those were the choices that employers had to make, or the choice that employers had to make within the last 10 years in this country. And businesses need opportunities. We will not see growth in this country if we don't create the atmosphere for businesses to flourish. Business folded up in this country as a result of the lack. Some small businesses could not get off the ground because of the lack of opportunity and because of the lack of market, because of a government that saw an economy being depressed as a result of the former government's action. So we can get here and we can talk about writing off all these taxes and all these penalties, but it is being done with a view to create growth in this country and to give these businesses some leverage by which to grow and indeed to remain viable. People were laid off in this country. I heard the member for St. Michael's South, the member for St. Peter, I heard the member for St. George North, I heard the member for St. James South, I heard the member for Christchurch East Central. And I don't think 100 Frenchmen can be wrong in this country. And I know the Honourable member for St. Michael West joined us a year ago and said that the state of affairs in this country as it relates to business is indeed one that we have to address. And he said that, and I will continue to remind him that he signed on to that, my good friend. But, Mr. Speaker, there is a picture that I wish to paint here, and I want to use Adam Smith's words, the great economist who said, my friend from St. Philip South, he loves this. He loves this. And he said, to have growth, we need consumption. To have consumption, we need production. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? Consumption it drives disposable income. It drives disposable income. And when you look at what we have done as a government, and I'm going to take you through it in layman terms, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going into Adam Smith and his theories of competitiveness and supply and demand. I can see the member for Christchurch East Central smiling. That's his thing. You know, how markets are regulated. I'm not going into that. I'm an engineer, not an economist. I understand numbers, though. And I'm going to paint a simple picture, Mr. Speaker, in this chamber. I heard the members, they spoke about the reverse tax credit and how we moved the ban in the last budget debate. We added some $9 million, member for St. Michael East Central, I am right? Some $9 million we added as giving back to over 7,000 Barbadians as we increase that reverse tax credit ban from 13 million up to 25,000. Some $9 million we added to the existing 11 million. So that's some $20 million that, as a result of our budget initiatives to widen the ban, so that those persons will not pay what? Income tax. And indeed, what that speaks to in layman terms, those are the persons, that extra $9 million, those are the persons out there who can do a little home improvement. Those are the persons out there who are having challenges with putting the car back on the road, because we know many of those persons occurred in every single constituency in this country. People had to park the cars. They had to park the cars. So when you now claim back the next income year for the previous year, that $1,300 reverse tax credit, remember for St. Michael South, we know what that can do to these people in this country. A lot, Mr. Speaker. Back from building on a little toilet to ease the state, we know we have a responsibility. Persons in rural Barbados and in urban Barbados, buy some lumber from the lumber company or whoever. Buy a little washing machine so they can stop getting the arthritis from rubbing the clothes on the jerking board. And my mother, she still have a jerking board. I know there are still jerking boards around the place. She has a washing machine. Thanks to education, free education, that I was able to purchase her one back then. You don't mind that? So, I'm going to go further when we are talking about growth strategy in this country, and we are talking about penalties. That's all part of a comprehensive package that we are giving our people to improve the lives of ordinary Barbadians and to enhance businesses in this country. This is just a small part of it, you know. So when you criticize this, therefore you have to criticize all of these measures. And I go further. We also, those persons who are earning between is $25,000 and $35,000. Well, $25,001. The compensatory income credit it is, the CIC. Those are the persons who will get back some $1,250. Again, it is a credit. They won't get it back, but they won't have to pay the income tax if they are indeed within that bracket. But we went further. Those persons earning between the $35,001 above to $60,000 a year. That equates to someone earning $2,900 a month at the lowest band, at the lower band, to $5,000 a month at the higher band. And they were paying some 16% income tax at June 2019. So they're paying in taxes, if we look at the lower band of $2,900, a person earning $2,900 a month, right? Which means that they're at the lower band of income bracket of $35,001 annually. They were paying $133 in taxes. But at July 1st, guess what they will be paying? $104 in taxes. So you are moving from a tax bracket of paying $133 to paying $104 come July the 1st. And that's, again, dealing with disposable income. So when people have more disposable income, they're going to consume more, you're going to get more production, and according to Adam Smith, remember for St. Philip South, you can get growth. So I know the member for St. Michael West is not an economist. I am none either, you know, but I know the schools we went to. In order to qualify, we have to know some level of economics, you know. But I am going further. I am going further. A person, Mr. Speaker, person in the bracket now of $5,001 to $6,250 per month, $5,001 a month. That's the lower bracket now, to $6,250 a month. That person was in a 33.5% income tax bracket. And let's look at the upper limit, the person earning $6,250 monthly. At 33.5% tax, remember we moved from 40% tax though. So at June, that person will be paying 33.5% tax. And their income tax will be $885 monthly. Guess what they'll be paying on July 1st with a 12.5 tax bracket that they'll be moved to. Their taxes will move from $885 down to $520. So you are getting back roughly $350 more monthly. And that is a person on the upper band making $6,250. But I'm going further. I am going to the higher bracket now. Between the $6,251 monthly to $9,000 bracket, that person at June will be paying some $1,985 in taxes. At July the 1st, they'll be paying $1,440. That's a savings of $550. All I'm speaking in layman terms is the amount of money you will see on that pay slip as more disposable income. Back to Adam Smith theory. And we know that by January 2020, those persons in the higher tax bracket, like Mr. Humphrey, the member for St. Michael South, he too will see a little savings because it is all inclusive. It's all inclusive. We pay taxes too. The member for St. Peter agree? We pay taxes too. So my point to you, Mr. Speaker, is that whatever we do, we are not discriminating. We are not picking out who we are about to take out of this system and remove these penalties and tell them that based on what the act speaks to, the amendment, in the bill speaks to, where an amount payable to the Revenue Commissioner as tax or as penalty or interest in respect of arrears of taxes for the years 1996 to 2000 is outstanding. The amount is written off. Nothing is wrong with that. It is part of a holistic plan that this government, we are not leaving anybody behind. We are creating opportunities for all Barbadians and businesses, and that's our mission. So, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for St. Michael West, he's probably in a bracket of approximately $15,000 or so. And he's in that bracket between the 9 and the 15. And I'm sure come January the 1st, come July the 1st, he'll be getting probably roughly close to $1,000 in disposable income back on his salary as well. And I want to know if the member for St. Michael West is going to give the Treasury that, or if he's going to use it to improve in the other profession that he's in. He's going to use it in St. Michael West because he needs to. So my point is that all of us, whether rich or poor like me, not rich like me, rich like the member for St. Michael West, and poor like me for St. George South, we will benefit from the government's tax strategy. We are not leaving anybody behind. But I wish to, because I'm not going to spend the whole evening on this. This is a simple debate, in my view, something positive that this government is doing. We came to office with a three-pronged strategy to stop the bleeding, to put some growth initiatives in place in this country, which we are debating here. This is one of them, and then to transform this economy. But I want to go a bit further, because when we speak about businesses, I challenge anyone to go to the Ministry of Small Business, Entrepreneurship and Commerce and go into that department called the Department of Supervisory of Insolvency. Take a look at that department, and you can measure the amount of businesses that have filed for insolvency, or insolvency is a depressed state, is an economic depressed state, but when you file, you go to file for bankruptcy, and it goes to the court. So you get to a state of, you claim for a state of insolvency, then you file for bankruptcy. And if you go to that Department of Supervisory of Insolvency for the last decade, you will see how many businesses would have filed for bankruptcy. You can analyze those businesses and you can see, if we want to talk about giving records, go and get the records and have a look at them. Under the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, you can have a look at them, where they all have appointed trustees who will act on their behalf, because an insolvent debtor aim is basically to make sure that the creditors get back their money by law under the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act. So you have to appoint a trustee, right? The Speaker knows about that, because I know he would have done some cases to ensure that those insolvent debtors indeed were able to pay off their creditors. But over the last decade, you will see the numbers have increased. And that is as a result of the last government's policy. So for us to come as a government and say to the country, listen, we need to start over. We need to restart this gauge. We need to reset the gauge, and let's give these businesses a little breathing room, because when we do something like this, these businesses will have more disposable income, they will employ people in this country, and indeed they will begin the whole spiral of growth. And when we speak about micro, small, and medium enterprises, and the Honourable Member for St. Peter tickled me this morning, because he went right into my backyard. Indeed, he did a wonderful job, and I'm not repeating anything he says, because the Honourable Member might, ask me to, the Speaker might ask me to take my seat based on the laws of the Parliament. So I am not going to repeat what he said, but indeed he spoke eloquently on the whole aspect of the micro, small, and medium enterprise sector. We have a wealth of knowledge in this cabinet, man, and I want to give him a round of applause for his presentation this morning. Him and the member for St. Michael's South, they're in tune, and also the member for St. James South, they're in tune with what is going on. I believe they're going into my ministry and asking for notes and stuff, because how they spoke this morning, clearly, I mean, that was wonderful. And indeed, I'm impressed with this team. But if you recognize the micro, small, and medium enterprise sector accounts for roughly 40% of GDP, and I heard the member for St. James South mention that, and she's absolutely right. So when you again come and you try to impact the micro, small, and medium enterprise sector in a meaningful way, no one at all should question this bill before the House today, only to give it 100% and give it your backing. Because what this will do for us is to remove those number of businesses who are filing for insolvency and bankruptcy through the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act. And I am bringing a paper to Cabinet shortly to look at ways in which we can keep these businesses alive. Keep these businesses alive, because one of the things that we have to do as a government, and indeed, this is not a government policy, but this is a proposal I will bring. The last government refused to net off what they owe the businesses and what the businesses owe them. They refused to net off, and as a result, that is why we saw so many businesses going bankrupt. So we have to look at some way, some means by which we can begin to net off, because some of these businesses employ I know one of them, I won't call the business name, over 125 employees. Over 125 employees. But when you owe government and government owes you and you fought for a decade and say, I'm not paying you and you got to pay me, and when the net is looked at, it is shown that government owes the businesses. So if you net off, then you will give the business some leverage by which to continue, so that the trustees will then go and pay all those creditors, and then the creditors are happy indeed and they want to reinvest into the businesses. I heard the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister said we need to create some more local and indigenous business owners like the late Leo Leacock and those persons, and not the late Everson Elcott. He took me to school. He's still alive. We need businesses that are homegrown. And I'm not only going to call black businesses, but Kiffin Simpson and those. They are homegrown businesses as well. They started out small. They struggled. Thank you, member for St. Philip South. They spent time in the trenches. And indeed, what we are doing as a government, and I stand here proud of my Prime Minister, I'm proud of the Ministry of Finance and the team of economists who would have come up with the strategy, with the tax strategy to enable growth in this country. I stand here proud, a proud member of the Barbados Labour Party, because that decade of 1990, not the decade, I want to say, that period, 1994 to 2008, the most jobs were created in this country under the Barbados Labour Party ever. So we have a history, we have a legacy. And all we are doing, again, is providing the opportunity for the ordinary Barbadians and the businesses to strive in this country. We had a number of entrepreneurs and small businesses, and I wish to make, at this stage, to make the distinction between entrepreneurs and small businesses. All entrepreneurs are small businesses, but it's not every small businessman that is an entrepreneur. To be an entrepreneur, we have to begin to talk about creativity and innovation and doing things differently and moving to the next level. So there is a distinction. But we had people who had the ideas as entrepreneurs and small businesses over the last decade. They had to stay in their houses. They didn't have any financing. They can't go to any bank. And then we had those other businesses who can invest to move their business further, can even go to the bank either to get a loan or overdraft to move their businesses further. So I want to congratulate the government. I want to support this bill, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say, like I said earlier, to have growth, we need consumption. To have consumption, we need production. Consumption is driven by disposable income. And indeed, these strategies will give the Barbadians and the businesses more disposable income so they can grow this economy and indeed become successful businesses. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to say a few words.
Honourable member for St. Philip South.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me a chance to enter this debate. I will only speak for a few minutes because having heard the Honourable Member for St. George South, I believe I will be delaying the House if I were to seek to speak for too long. As is often the case, I want to start by thanking my people in St. Philip South for giving me the honor of speaking in this honorable chamber. I believe that without their support, this honorable chamber would be a place that I could only dream of participating in debate in. Mr. Speaker, I am not one who would want to attack or seek to in any way bring the Honourable Member for St. Michael West, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, under the microscope each time I speak.
Honourable, you use some terms just not you will not wish to attack, etc., but I will not allow that in this chamber. Just thought I will let you know that. It will not be allowed in this chamber under my watch.
Duly noted, Mr. Speaker. and I do know the high standards you set in this honourable chamber, and so I shall concur every single time I'm on my feet. But, Mr. Speaker, I thought that the country was done a disservice when the Honourable Member for St. Michael West spoke. Because if you were to contextualize what he was saying, it would seem to suggest to all that were listening and paying attention that the issue that stands before us is that people would have collected taxes in the name of the government, and it ends there. And so, therefore, we ought not to consider their case in a meaningful way, but more importantly, that we should identify who they are, as if we are on some kind of witch hunt to expose and embarrass people who have contributed to this nation in a way that, Mr. Speaker, you have to understand the way business works in order to understand the mechanics of what is happening. I have had the experience and fortune, Mr. Speaker, sir, in a previous life to own a business starting with a measly $2,000 and to be able to build that business to the point where gross sales were in the range of what may be considered a mid-sized business. Mr. Speaker, times change. And in the vicissitude of the times, businesses may have to adjust. But one of the things you cannot do in a business is make an adjustment through retrenchment. Because once you start attrition in a business, then the whole model is completely destroyed. And I don't know if that point gets across well enough, but the reality of it is that you do not start with your human resource. So you have to maintain that. Most businesses carry operating costs with salaries and wages to the tune of 60, sometimes 70%. That's a reality. So in actual fact, you may very well be collecting genuinely taxes in the name of the government. But you're contributing to gross domestic product, and by so doing, you're paying salaries and wages where people are able to have disposable income, as the Honourable Member for St. George South correctly pointed out, through which they're able then to engage in economic activity. No businessman in his right mind would seek to collect revenue on behalf of a government to do anything other than pay over to the government. But a business model does not work like a baby learning to ride a tricycle. So you have 3 wheels and your balance is provided for you. It doesn't work like that, Mr. Speaker. You have to be able to maneuver a business through difficult times. Isn't a baby on a tricycle? So when you understand that, then you start to understand why a responsible government like this will take a decision to bring that relief to businesses. You have options, I'm sure all of us are aware. And when I say aware, I don't mean me. I mean being conscious. And if we are, Mr. Speaker, then our reality is simply this. The businesses can go under There's still no recovery. It's not like you're going to go in and imprison the people for having a business that went under. So what is your reality? Do you want to maintain the 20 or 30 jobs, in some instances over 100, and give the business some breathing space to recover? Or you want to be so reckless and irresponsible that you bring the guillotine down and cut off the neck and say, end of you. Go where you're supposed to go, I do not care. This government is no such administration, Mr. Speaker, sir. And so therefore, anything that is done to help preserve businesses in Barbados would get my full support. Now, I am not here to determine who should get support and who should not, as I am not here to determine who is getting support. Because the reality that we face in Barbados is that we spend too much time seeking to peep under rather than look at the reality of the situation and determine what is the most suitable fit. And if we are focused enough on what is the most suitable fit, let's take, for example, if you go down Broad Street and you look at the amount of businesses on Broad Street and do a simple calculation of the amount of people that are employed, can you imagine what would happen if the difficult economic times that is certainly impacting those businesses were to force them out of business? You understand the amount of people that will be unemployed in Barbados? If you were to look at the farmers, and I met with the dairy farmers today, and this is a good example. The amount of farmers, first of all, who are owed VAT returns. There are several of them. They're reeling under pressure. But if they were to go out of business, you can imagine the amount of ordinary Barbadians that will become unemployed. And if you were to look at the agricultural sector and to look at the number of people who are involved in agriculture, the sugar farmers, food crop farmers, the poultry producers, dairy farmers, if you were to add up the total sum, the amount of VAT owed due to the incompetence of the last administration can run you into millions. And so therefore, if you're asking them to help do some of the heavy lifting by way of holding on to receive their refunds, is it so unreasonable to ask the government to play its part as well by looking at some write-offs simply because you were in a position where you were forced to determine whether you're going to keep a business or close it down? But I don't understand how I could be part of any administration that does not have a conscience when it comes to a matter like this. And that we need each and every time in politics to avoid seeking to score political points. Because the reality of it is that what I heard this afternoon, an honourable member for St. Michael West, I have to tell you that I'm disappointed. I am. Because there are times when you simply do not want to score political points because you may find yourself right here. And that is our reality. If that is not your ambition, why are you here? That's the reality. So the notion that you want to turn a debate into what clearly is a decision to drive economic activity in this country, but more importantly, to tell people that we are serious when we say we want to empower and enfranchise, then we know you've missed the point. And I've never gotten up in this honourable chamber, honourable member, to respond to anything you have said. Because I treat to you as that fatherly type, a mentor,
someone who I know I can come to if I need a blessing.
Honourable Mr. Michael West.
Interrupt the honourable gentleman. But sometimes children clearly misunderstand.
Point of order, sir.
Sometimes, he's misleading. Sometimes children clearly misunderstand the counsel that come from their fathers. And Mr. Speaker, you are quite close to where I'm standing, and you have never heard me suggest at one moment in this debate today that the government is acting out of sorts, ill-advisedly, ignorantly, wantonly, or any such fashion in terms of the initiative they bring here today. All I simply said, if you bear in mind the context of the current times in which we live, where there are questions about transparency, access to information, accountability, if you hear the charge echoed in these chambers this very day, that under the last administration, the system of refund of VAT taxes was made subject to correction, it behoves the government to do this in an open fashion. And I went on to suggest in that context, maybe it would be good when government is taking these initiatives that there be some mechanism that allows for some limited public access to the information. Those whose taxes are being written off should be named. That's the line I took, Mr. Speaker. And perhaps you can help me to get over this fatherly counsel to my honourable son down at the bottom.
Mr. Speaker, you gave me a warning. I was hoping that you would have shielded me. I heard no point of order.
Sir, I'm personally responsible for determining whether it is a point of order or not. No other honourable member in this House has that authority, sir. Honourable member, continue.
Duly noted, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I will continue to be guided by the good counsel whenever it is so provided. But that equally, as a mature individual, that I should be given the liberty of calling it for what it is when I hear it. And so, Mr. Speaker, with no offense to the honourable member, I do believe that I cannot be on all fours at this time because the council was not representing what is before us, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, however, let me proceed, because if I divert too much, the point may also be consumed in the crosstalk, and I want Barbados to understand clearly what is before us. Mr. Speaker, business really and truly is about the ability to manage in good times and in bad times. Your management style or leadership style in good times may not matter too much, because Bob Marley said that in the abundance of water, a fool is thirsty. So that once the water is plenty, you may still survive. But when there's a scarcity, Mr. Speaker, sir, or when you have to determine what is the next thing you have to do to survive, is when leadership really comes under the microscope. I am absolutely clear within my mind, Mr. Speaker, sir, that Barbados has some of the best minds you can ever want anywhere in the world. I'm equally conscious, sir, that Barbados has some of the most honest people in business you will ever want to know anywhere on this planet. Mr. Speaker, circumstances oftentimes drive people to make decisions. And in your decision making, you have to determine not only what is best for you, but if you look at the brother or sister who has a mortgage, a car, a family to support, who has done nothing other than show up for work, but your circumstances have driven you to the point where you have to decide whether that person must now go on the breadline, can't pay the mortgage, can't support a family, must become at risk at suicide or many of the other psychological effects that may kick in simply because that person now must live through a period of angst every day by dint of being unemployed, then you will start to understand the responsibility or the risk involved in owning or managing a business. And I said owning or managing because those who own, I think that they take on a risk that is slightly different from those who manage. But the reality of it all, Mr. Speaker, is that we cannot fool ourselves into believing that we are a people where we must rule with a peck and chop off as we like and expose as we want simply because we want to find a solution to something that all people with good conscience would want or be associated with. Mr. Speaker, there ain't no telling that when I hear conversations, I feel sympathetic at times, and other times I feel as though I have made the right choice by speaking out to help people to understand what it is that they stand in ignorance of. And for anyone to want to critique this administration for what we are currently doing, when we know that you may have a fella in your community, and I'm going to put this down now to the level where the simple man in the street would understand. The fellow who goes into a rum shop every day and seeks to talk about politics and decisions made in Parliament, etc. I want him to understand this as well. A man may come to you because his disposable income at the end of a month was not enough. And he borrows $50. And I deliberately said $50 because $50 is a bar. And he has a legacy that poor people understand because of the claim that is being made in his name. And you might get paid a grantly at the end of the month, but you still don't repay the $50 that you borrowed. The reality of it is that something else happened that you had to commit to that caused you not to be able to pay. And the situation can repeat itself month after month after month because your child might get sick, your wife might get sick, you may stump your toe, many things can happen. So then the debt remains outstanding for a long period of time. And you being a person with a good conscience will draw a line right off that debt and let it be. But you don't, in a Christian way, on a Christian walk, go and tell everybody in Barbados, you know, John Doe borrowed some money from me and will not pay me back. You do that with a good conscience, knowing full well that John Doe has his issues as well, but he's not abandoning his family. That's the best way I can put that, Mr. Speaker, sir. And if we understand the context in which that is given, then you understand the context in which the government has delivered on its promise to the people of Barbados when we say no one will be left out. And that is the reality of what we are simply seeking to do. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that all of us in this honorable chamber, including the honorable member for St. Michael West, will in good conscience support what we are doing. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that for the people of St. Philip South, I am agreeing to this on your behalf. All the businesses we have up there, I'm agreeing to this on your behalf. To the people of Barbados, we collectively are doing this on your behalf. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to say to all Barbadians, do not just criticize because it makes for good politics. But when we having a conversation, let us have a wholesome conversation, especially based on the objective of the matter that stands before us. Mr. Speaker, I believe that I spoke enough. I believe that my message has gotten across, and I'm obliged to you. Thank you.
Honourable City of Bridgetown.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of the House for 15 minutes, 4:45 p.m.
The question is that this honourable chamber be suspended until 4:45 p.m. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until 4:45 p.m. This sitting is resumed. Honourable Member for City of Bridgetown.
Mr. Speaker, regrettably, the chairman of committees has had to leave on to deal with an urgent matter, and in view of this, I beg to move that the honourable member for St. Michael West Central be allowed to deputize it.
Just for point of clarity, so you're seeking this on which standing order, sir? You're seeking this on, you're asking for this honorable chairman to elect someone other than the chairman in the absence of the chairman. Standing order 5.5. Yeah. Standing order 5.5. Yeah. Standing order 5.5. Yeah. The question is that the honorable member for St. Michael West Central be appointed chairman of committees. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. The honorable member for St. Michael West Central is so elected. Honorable member for Christchurch East Central.
Bring this debate to conclusion. I really want to thank the members who participated in this debate in a very robust manner today, because I believe that a lot of the issues was on the surface, sir. The amendments that once read appear to be straightforward. I think based on the contribution of the members, the public will get a sense that this government thinks in a very comprehensive way with respect to the implementation of the policies under the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Plan. And so we have reached this point, sir, because we have focused on the key things that will respond certainly to the economic issues of the country. There are some questions raised or queries, I should say, sir, that would want to suggest that somehow or the other that persons, in terms of the quantums that would have been written off. And the truth is this, sir. The amnesty, as announced by the Prime Minister, lasted 6 months. Persons that wanted to avail themselves of the waiver of penalties and interest would have gone in to the Barbados Revenue Authority, entered into an arrangement to settle, sir, the tax liability, because the government's focus is really about collecting taxes. And we feel quite strongly, sir, that having looked at the evidence in terms of what government had owed a number of businesses in the country, what the previous government would have done, that we felt it was important to give persons an opportunity to be able to come and enter into a payment plan with the Barbados Revenue Authority. And once they stick to the payment plan, then it would mean that the waiver of penalties and interest, which would have been built up because of the inability to pay, that those persons are the ones that benefit. If one did not engage the Revenue Authority in establishing or taking advantage of the penalties, sir, then it means that you are still liable for the penalties and interest based on the fact that you did not take advantage of the of the amnesty as proposed by the Honourable Prime Minister last year. And so therefore, the suggestion that somehow this was perhaps done for a specific set of people, we never waived, in a sense, sir, with respect to the period between 2001 and 2017, any tax obligation. We simply waived the penalties and interest for those persons who went into the Barbados Revenue Authority and took advantage of that. As you are aware, sir, the VAT was introduced in Barbados in the late 90s. And the write-off of the tax obligation in those early years, sir, As a matter of fact, when the VAT was first introduced, one had to file on a monthly basis. And all the businesses in Barbados had to file monthly. And very quickly, sir, that created a quagmire of paperwork within the administration. And then very shortly after that, the filing system then was extended to every 2 months with respect to the administration. And sir, we will be reviewing that to see whether or not that's the most efficient way in order for that to be done. But the reality is, sir, that for the years 1996 to 2000, the VAT that would have been owed, we have chosen to write off, because under the entire set of tax obligations that would have been written off, not just for income tax purposes, but also land tax purposes in a wider context, between 1968 and 2000, that as far as this was concerned, the previous Inland Revenue Department and the various departments that would have collected revenue prior to the BRA had on the books of government, in a sense, tax receivables that, the truth is, sir, would make it pretty much impossible to collect, since many of the entities have long stopped trading, and therefore to continue to reflect something as an asset when clearly, really and truly, sir, you were just padding the books. And so as we are going forward in the 21st century, we relieve ourselves of some of those distressed assets, if you like, and to make sure that when the public looks at the financials as published by the Treasury, that is a true reflection of the state of government, and that as investors, sir, as taxpayers, and certainly as business people, that you can then have a clearer understanding as to what is the true financial picture for government. And so this really is just a small part of the waiver of taxation that was done between 1968 to 2000, where clearly there were a number of entities that had already gone out of business, persons had long since died, and therefore the ability to collect those taxes really did not make sense in terms of having it as an asset on our books. And so, sir, I wish again to thank the members for their contributions. I think the people of Barbados will be better informed from the contribution of the members in this debate today. But our mission, sir, is to stay the course. And we're asking the people through you, sir, to remember to stay the course, because as we continue, sir, to go to work every day and make sure that we work on the behalf of the people who put us here, that creating a stable environment for them and their families, sir, to reach their aspirations, that they can go out, sir, and take advantage of opportunities in Barbados as well as outside of Barbados. And we are creating, sir, simply the framework to allow every Barbadian to so do. And so, sir, I want to bring this debate to conclusion and ask that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that the Speaker do leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it.
Tighten it.
The House is in committee.
Clause 1.
Chair, I beg to move that Clause 1 stand part.
The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Chair, I beg to move that Clause 2 stand part.
Question is that Clause 2 stand part. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, I beg to move that you do now report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is, I do now report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee. Those members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
The chairman of committee is reporting the passing of one bill in committee.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
The question that this bill be read a third time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. And me think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be now passed and cited as the Value-Added Tax Amendment Bill number 2, 2019.
The question is that this bill be passed and so cited. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This bill is so passed and so cited.
Order number 9, sir. In the name of the Honourable Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, to move the second reading of the Customs Amendment number 2 Bill 2019.
Honourable member for St. Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your indulgence, and I also wish at this point to thank the Leader of the Opposition for his courtesy in not raising any objection to the bill that is currently before the chamber. But, sir, I am seeking your leave to at the same time debate order number 8, which is the Anti-Terrorism Amendment Bill of 2019. The issues, sir, while not entirely similar, they arise in pursuit of the same goal. And therefore, I ask your honours leave to have a cognate debate of orders number 8 and orders number 9.
The question is that orders number 8 and number 9 be debated as a cognate debate because they are inextricably linked. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, on several occasions over the last year, ministers of the Crown have had to come to this chamber to bring legislative instruments for the purpose, sir, of bringing changes to our various regulatory regimes so as to ensure that the standards set out in our statute are in conformity with various international rule-setting bodies. In December of last year, this chamber dealt with 16 pieces of legislation so as to ensure that, as far as the OECD was concerned, that our tax and corporate framework and generally some elements of our commercial framework were consistent with the standards set by that particular rule-setting body. But there's another rule-setting body, sir, that is perhaps not spoken of so often, and that is the Financial Action Task Force. We've recently amended pieces of legislation to satisfy the requirements of the rule setting of that particular agency, but perhaps, sir, you can just remind members of the chamber of the context within which this agency operates. The Financial Action Task Force, sir, is an international body that focuses on money laundering and the fight against terrorism. That is essentially it. So while on the other hand, the OECD deals with ensuring that, or trying to ensure that there's a level playing field between Barbados and the EU countries and so on, in terms of tax and corporate matters, this particular agency, sir, is more oriented towards a justice and law enforcement regime. And therefore, the FATF seeks to combat money laundering by doing an analysis of the state of the law and the practice in all of the commercial jurisdictions of the world. This is done, sir, over a period of time. All countries will have an initial assessment done. A mutual evaluation report is prepared. You will be rated based on your outcomes as either being non-compliant with the standards, largely compliant with the standards, partially compliant, and in some instances just plain compliant. But it is based, sir, on your level of compliance across a whole raft of recommendations and initiatives that your country may or may not find itself on a list of countries which, if you find yourself on that list, it would indicate that you are not fully on board in relation to money laundering and anti-terrorism issues. Now, sir, Barbados's evaluation was done in 2017. And Barbados rated appallingly low. Appallingly low, sir. And it's no secret that the then administration paid in the region of $300,000 to one of their operatives and the person who is now the General Secretary of the Democratic Labour Party to try to assist the country in improving its rating. They felt that the structures that we had in place were not adequate, they said. But despite that huge waste of government expenditure, the performance of Barbados on the various criteria was, in a word, sir, embarrassing. As a result of that, we entered an observation period where we were given an opportunity to improve on our level of ratings for a one-year period. And in March of this year, by March 26, the government of Barbados was required to submit a follow-up report outlining where we had reached in relation to all of those matters in respect of which we were rated poorly in 2017. That follow-up report, sir, was in fact filed on time. But what it meant was that when we came to government in May of 2018, that we were faced with what the Greeks would call Scylla on one side and Charybdis on the other. For the classical scholars among us, they would know that Charybdis was the whirlpool And if you stray too close to the whirlpool, you would be sucked in. And Scylla was a multi-headed monster, so if you strayed too close to Scylla, you were devoured, sir. And while I would forgive colleagues if they think I'm being a little facetious, the fact is that in many respects, small countries like Barbados will find ourselves between Scylla and Charybdis. On the one hand, a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, you find yourself having to meet the standards set by the OECD, which require, in many instances, a country like ours to so contort itself as to make you wonder if it's really worth it. And on the other hand, you have the FATF, sir. But in each case, if you do not comply with the minimum standards, the standards set by these international standard setting agencies, you find yourself on a non-compliant list, also called a blacklist. What is the significance in this instance? In the case of the FATF, sir, forgive me for repeating it, but I have mentioned it in the chamber before. If your jurisdiction is found not to be a jurisdiction that meets the standards set by the Financial Action Task Force, then, Mr. Speaker, you will find yourself on the list of non-compliant countries, and it will then open you up to losing your correspondent banking relationships with other nations. So this exercise is no mere academic exercise, sir. As with everything in existence, there are standards set. And whether we like them or not, we don't often get to make decisions as to what those standards are or should be. And those standards require countries like Barbados to respond in positive ways to the requirements of the international arena so as to be able to maintain ordinary commercial relationships. Now, let me tell you how this impacts countries like ours. Trinidad and Tobago, sir, is the home of a large regional bank that is currently engaged in the exercise of purchasing a number of banks from another bank, another international bank. I believe these things are common knowledge. There's only one commercial bank in the region that has put much of its assets for sale. And a commercial bank in Trinidad has negotiated to purchase those assets. But because, Mr. Speaker, Trinidad has found itself, despite its every effort, in the awkward situation not of being on a negative list, but of being on a list that says these countries are negatively referenced, these countries are working. What happens is, sir, people are lazy. They just look at a toppy list, and they see negative reference, and they assume that Trinidad is being referred to negatively. And it is creating problems for that Trinidad commercial bank to be able to carry out this transaction, that of purchasing, making a significant investment on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We have asked all of the countries in the region to let us know exactly how the lists are affecting us, because Bahamas has found itself, and Trinidad, referenced in the same way on the list put up by the FATF. And it is having significant commercial impact on how countries are operating, sir. Now, what would that mean for Barbados if we don't meet the FATF standards? Well, I've said in this chamber before that the QEH would not be able to buy foreign exchange to buy medicine. And the flour mill would not be able to buy foreign exchange to buy grain. And the BNOC would not be able to find foreign exchange to buy oil. And the list goes on and on and on, sir, simply because if we do not satisfy the FATF that we have met the standards that are set in relation to money laundering and anti-terrorism and counter-proliferation mechanisms, then, sir, we will lose our ability to have correspondent banking with other entities. It's not a difficult concept to grasp, because a chain is always as weak as its weakest link. And therefore, it is important, never mind the inconvenience, sir, it is important that Barbados does pull its weight in this regard, because what would happen, sir, is that people who are interested in money laundering, people who have a vested interest in money laundering, will simply choose to go to the jurisdictions that do not have the highest level of standards set. Now, sir, I will concede that this is an area that causes us some torment. The FATF, Financial Action Task Force, once again, just as a reminder, is made up or is comprised of a large number of countries across the world. And those countries will make decisions about the standards that are set. Because of the large number of countries and regions involved, regional bodies are set up and made up of the countries in that region. So there are 24 countries in the Caribbean basin that make up, and I don't want to get complicated, sir, but we make up a subset of the FATF. So we do our own mutual evaluations and our own assessments and try to rate where our countries are. And based on our rating machinery, and it really is quite rigorous, we then report to the international body, the FATF, on where the individual nations are, and they will either do a further review, accept it, reject it, whatever it is. In the region, Mr. Speaker, I believe it is fair to say that Trinidad is the country that is most advanced in relation to the requirements. I think the number is 29. There are 29 areas that each country has to reach a high level of compliance in, and Trinidad has reached 25 of those 29 levels. But they are still in a stage of enhanced follow-up. As I said, Barbados rated poorly, so we are really trying our best to do catch-up, and I'll give the Chamber a little more information on that. In the region, though, other countries like Haiti are having a very difficult time meeting the standards. And, sir, Venezuela is due for an evaluation, but because of the political and other climate in Venezuela, we have not been able to find individuals to do an on-site visit to Venezuela for the purpose of sitting down with the Venezuelan authorities and ferreting through all of their laws to see where they are. So it's not just a question, sir, of filling out a questionnaire. You actually have on-site visits where you have to meet with the various officials. In this case, generally they're individuals from within the region. And you have to go through every single aspect of your law and your banking and so on in order to be able to satisfy them of where you are as a country. But as I said, sir, the FATF is made up of a large number of countries, and many of them are EU countries. But, Mr. Speaker, just when you think you have met the requirements of the FATF, you are up against another wall, sir. Because the European Union has a set of regulatory requirements which is called FATF+. So the Financial Action Task Force is the world standard setting body in relation to money laundering. But the European Union, even though their members are all members of the FATF, they then say, but that ain't good enough for us. We are setting higher standards. And just as happened with Barbados recently, when even though we had passed the OECD benchmarks, we still got blacklisted by the EU. We could well run the risk, sir, of satisfying the FATF benchmark and still being put on a negative list by the FATF. Of course, sir, we're being very proactive in this regard. I've met with the EU Commissioner and had useful discussions with her on how we can try to forestall such an eventuality. And let me say, sir, that the issue, every country sets its own requirements, but what we complain about is the fact that we are not involved in any way in the setting of those requirements, and we don't have an opportunity to be heard. So we comply with FATF requirements, and then another country says, but we want more, without any engagement or dialogue. At the FATF level, sir, that organization has been engaging with the EU to see how we can have a consistent approach. But as I said, Barbados has met with the EU Commissioner and had dialogue to see to what extent we can be a part of the EU process. Admittedly, it would have to be on the sidelines, sir, but what is important in this area is dialogue. Now, Mr. Speaker, the situation as far as Barbados is in now, we have filed our follow-up report, and on a self-assessment basis, because our assessment has not yet been done, on a self-assessment basis, Barbados will be in a position to say that we are at least partially compliant with 25 of the 29 areas, sir. Took a lot of work. I have to pay significant homage and credit to the central bank that has seconded one of their banking officials, in fact, their acting director of bank regulation, to my office to provide day-to-day and day-by-day supervisory responsibility for this area, sir. I also have to thank the officers of the FIU, staff of the DPP. I have to especially thank the staff of the Chief Parliamentary Counsel's office, because they're the ones who are constantly having to draft and amendments and so on, and sometimes new laws, so that we can meet those standards. It is taking a lot of work. We've been meeting on a bi-weekly basis, and we are not at the point, sir, where our team has to meet on a weekly basis. We've also managed to secure the support and assistance provided gratuitously by an international school that deals with money laundering training, commonly called ACAMS. And, sir, that particular school is associated with Adtale and Ross University Medical School. And I want to thank them for this support as well. If I have to say anything about it, sir, it demonstrates that a collaborative approach between the private sector and public sector is a good thing. Ross Medical School, some would argue, and I think I argue in that way, it doesn't owe Barbados anything. They're here as a commercial relationship. But recognizing that they could add significant value added to the life and happenings of Barbados, they very readily agreed, Mr. Speaker, that they would make available to us, members of their expert faculty, to help us through this particular difficult time. And I'm not allowed to call the names, but we have two individuals who've worked extensively with the FATF who are providing their services to the government of Barbados, sir, for free. This is not a relationship that you could tender for. It is not a relationship, sir, that we could target and plan for. It is a relationship that has arisen, thank God, out of the fact that Ross Medical School decided to relocate to Barbados. And we're willing to say, not only are we willing to come and be a part of your community, there are some things that we can offer you as value added, sir. And that assistance, gratuitously offered, has been invaluable in helping us to get there. But I digress. When I say that it's taking a lot of time, that constant effort, the attention to detail, drafting when necessary, responding when necessary, has allowed us, sir, to reach the point of where we are. But we have not yet crossed the Rubicon. And the reason for that, sir, is that you are judged in part on your technical compliance. So you're required to have laws on money laundering, so we can say, yes, we have laws on money laundering. Have you ever prosecuted anybody under the laws of money laundering in the last 12 months? So, sir, we might be technically compliant. We have the law. But the question is, how effective is it? And that is where a lot of our countries in the region are falling down. We have a lot of books, we have a lot of laws on the books, but are we effectively implementing those laws? So one of the areas that is of concern to the FATF is asset seizure. We've had asset seizure laws on our books for the longest time. And even though we've passed a new act dealing with the seizure of assets, and I refer to the Proceeds of Crime and Instrumentalities Act passed earlier this year, we've had asset seizure laws on the books before then. But sir, despite all the criminal activity, we did not seize anybody's assets in 2018. We didn't seize anybody's assets in 2017, nor in 2016. And in fact, sir, when I asked the question, when last has the government of Barbados seized anybody's assets for criminal activity, sir, nobody could tell me when. So we may have statutes on the book, but if they're not being effectively used, then we will forever only be seen as being technically compliant because we have the law. But if we're not using it, then we will not be seen as being effective. I've had discussions with the DPP, and I can't tell the DPP what to do, Mr. Speaker. You know the Constitution as well as I do. I cannot tell the DPP what to do. But I am able to offer the DPP my recommendations on policy on how we should approach things. And I've been very careful to say to the DPP that one of the things that we will be expecting that office will do will be to get serious about the matter of seizing assets that are the fruit, the tainted fruit of the criminal vine, sir. Because that is how you launder money. That's what money laundering is, sir. You collect money from your criminal enterprise and you go and you buy a house. You go and you buy a car. You go and you invest in a business here and a business there. Those are the things that you do in order to sanitize the proceeds of the crime. And so, sir, when a person is charged with drug running, you can never bet, Mr. Speaker, that somewhere along the place there will be something that has been the product of that drug running money. And we are expecting that the DPP, and I believe that I have conveyed the message accurately, and I believe that they will respond to that, sir. We'll be expecting to see greater effectiveness in those areas because, as I said, wanting to have the law, but you also have to use it. But, sir, this is no mere satisfying some international agency's box-checking exercise. It isn't, sir. It is important for us and our very survival that we take a new approach to how we deal with criminal activity. No point sending somebody up Dodds for 2, 3, 4 years, but when they come back out, sir, the car, the tree houses, all those things, the money on the bank account, the boat, whatever it is, are still there for them to be used. If you think about it, sir, we confiscate the drugs. So if you're going to confiscate the drugs, there can be no quantum leap required to recognize that you also need to use the law to confiscate those things which the drug money has either bought or those things which were used in order to generate the drug money. Plain and simple, sir. So let me make it clear. This element, the effectiveness element, is not just about satisfying the requirements of an international agency. It is about how we govern ourselves as a nation. Plain and simple. Now, the element of terrorism, sir, is one that, and I've spoken about it recently, and I won't repeat myself, but you know, we seem to feel that these things cannot touch us. And there are some things that we will not be able to say to the Barbadian public, but I repeat, sir, that one of the reasons that we are setting up the major organized crime and anti-corruption unit is also to be able to provide a special element which would deal with countering terrorism. It is around us, sir. It is beginning to reach into our communities. Don't fool yourself. It is recorded that one Barbadian has journeyed to ISIS and left these shores for that neck of the woods. Something, Mr. Speaker, that we would probably have scoffed at if somebody said it was possible. They could perhaps see it happening in Trinidad. They might see it happening in Jamaica, but never Barbados. But it has happened here, sir. And it can be no credit to us that we have a Barbadian in ISIS. It can't. We want to have Bajans in the UN. We want to have them in Brussels. We want to have them in the highest levels of the international community, sir. But we don't want to have them. We don't want to have them, sir, in entities that are known for terrorist activity. There was an interview on CNN where, I think it was CNN, where CNN interviewed a very erudite and articulate man with a funny accent. And he said that he was a member of ISIS and that he had no apologies to make for anything that he did as a part of ISIS. And they inquired, where are you from, sir? And he said, I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. From Trinidad and Tobago, sir. At the time of Cricket World Cup, we had concerns. On that occasion, the focus was not ISIS, the focus was Al-Qaeda. And during Cricket World Cup, sir, we had to take extraordinary measures to ensure that the threat of terrorist activity did not make its way into the Caribbean, perhaps to disrupt cricket. And only last year, Carnival in Trinidad and Tobago, credible threats of intended terrorist activity were received, and preemptive measures had to be taken, sir. There is no community in Barbados that did not have 10 or 12 Bajans in Trinidad last year at Carnival time. Bajans are in these places. And sir, I don't want to alarm anybody, but there are risks that we have to manage and to mitigate. So when people hear us talking about anti-terrorism, they sometimes feel, you know, we are part of I think it's called the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty. And I've heard it often said, man, we bother with that for. Barbados ain't got the nuclear weapons. We wasting time with that for. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we cannot speak so glibly of the terrorist threat. It is as far as a LIAT flight, plain and simple. And LIAT flights go, and they come back. As some people in the country would say, pick sense from nonsense. Sir. So, one of the areas that we have to look at, and we must not fool ourselves, especially in the area of terrorism, there are things, when it comes to the movement of money, people intent on funding terrorist activity will use a variety of measures. They will send money, and our financial intelligence unit has to and has been trained to spot those trends. When suspicious financial transactions take place, sir, they report it to the financial intelligence unit, and their job is to investigate, to determine if it is money laundering, if it is money laundering associated with terrorism, if it is money that is being funneled to terrorist groups. All of those are things, sir, that their agents sitting down in an office every single day and deal with. Now, one of the areas that we've fallen down badly on has to do with UN designation of terrorists. Now, let us accept facts, sir. Barbados does not have the human resource power, the human resource capacity, or the intelligence capacity to be able to investigate and designate John Brown as being a terrorist. But the international arena, especially as it relates to the UN Security Council, have a large network that allows the international community to identify individuals who are involved in terrorism, either directly or indirectly. And the mechanism that is used, sir, is that the United Nations Security Council will designate and have designated individuals as being terrorists. That triggers a number of responses. In some instances, that person would find itself on a no-fly list. That's one of the simplest. But the international community has a mutual understanding that where an individual has been designated as a terrorist, that efforts will be made to freeze that person's assets. Now, the challenge, though, sir, is that the way our system in Barbados works, we don't have a direct method of notification. And then even when we're notified, sir, you have to go through a long process in order to get freezing orders against individuals designated as a terrorist if that person has assets in our jurisdiction. So, sir, we have had many discussions, and what we're required to do by the international community is to effect the freezing exercise without delay. Without delay. Now, sometimes, sir, it doesn't, I use the term contort. You don't have to change everything about the way you do. You just got to modify it. The system that we have was not satisfactory, so we are changing it to say that the application will be made without delay. And without delay is generally interpreted in juridical circles as meaning in a matter of hours. In a matter of hours. So when once a designation happens, Barbados is notified. We will do our investigations immediately to see if that person has assets in Barbados. And if they do, within a matter of hours, we would be able to make an application to the court. If the court is satisfied, then the freezing order will be issued. If the court is not satisfied, then the freezing order will not be issued. So this is in no way intended to emasculate the powers of the court, sir. Not at all. The court still has its full powers. But what we are agreeing with the international community that we would do is that we would act without delay in dealing with these particular requirements. We're also going to be looking at people who help to finance terrorism in ways that they might feel are innocuous. They buy a plane ticket. Those are the kind of things that some people do. They're not getting involved in nothing heavy, but you know what? We support this, so let's pay for two freedom fighters to go from here to there. Those individuals too, sir, are supporting the terrorist effort. And they too will find themselves the subject of a terrorist designation order in Barbados. Mr. Speaker, these two pieces of legislation I spoke about the terrorism, but didn't speak about the customs. And let me just tell you quickly, Mr. Speaker, we are bringing a new Customs Act to Barbados. Our Customs Act, it doesn't work well. It's been around too long. We've changed many systems, and we know a lot more now than we did then. But the Customs Act, as it is drafted and circulating, is about 350 clauses. It is complex, sir. The concept of customs law by statute is complex. But because of the deadlines that are upon us, my ministry, the Office of the Attorney General, respectfully feels that we cannot wait until the new Customs Act is brought to Parliament and debated, because that might not happen, sir, for another 6 or 8 months. In another few weeks, Barbados has to report to plenary in the United States to show where we are. So the decision has been taken. Instead of waiting for the new Customs Act to come, we will make some very slight changes to be able to satisfy those particular requirements. And in this regard, sir, not major, but often we fall along in small areas. So, for example, we're now giving the customs the power to seize bearer negotiable instruments and things of that sort. We're amending the definition of goods, sir, to include, to be said to include any tangible and personal property such as livestock, stores, baggage, documents in physical and electronic form. And this is new, sir. Customs is now going to be able to seize things of that sort. You know, the technology is always changing. And our laws have to be able to keep up with technology, because, believe you me, governments lag while criminals are always ahead of the game. They will have a better cell phone than you or I, because it's what they need to be able to stay ahead of us. So we're making those kinds of relatively modest changes to the Customs Act, but important in this scenario. Going forward, there are 1 or 2 other instruments that we will have to make changes to, but I'm satisfied, Mr. Speaker, of how far we have come in the last year. I don't think that when we came to government, we knew that the economy had been wrecked. We knew that the government had ignored the entreaties and the offers from a company named White Oak. We knew a whole set of things. But one of the things that we couldn't get a grasp on, for example, would be the rot in the Barbados Water Authority, because the reality is that in government, you have to be in it to understand exactly what is going wrong. And you know, people quite rightly want buses and sanitation and healthcare and all those kind of things, but there are some little things that operate behind the scenes that help these things to be possible. And this area, sir, the area of fighting money laundering and so on, and the standard required by the international community, is one that the last administration had left languishing. Much like most of the things that they did, sir. The thing is, Barbados should not be in this place now. This area was in the Ministry of the Attorney General, and at every step of the way, I even understand that the former Attorney General used to go to the meetings, but if he went to the meetings, I do not know what he did other than eat and sleep. No disrespect intended, but when you go to a meeting and you know that you're going to be rated, if you know you're going to be rated, then you look to see what it is you're going to be rated on. Mr. Speaker, I have a list which says to me every single item that Barbados is rated on. So that's where I start. And every single week I try to move item 1 from the non-compliant list into the partially compliant list. And 2 weeks after that, I try to move it from the partially compliant list to the largely compliant list. And then I want to get it to the fully compliant list. Every week, there has to be a system of governing. But the last administration just seemed to sit by and allow things to happen as they did if they did. It was a devil-may-care approach. And the last minute, when they realized that hell was upon them, they ran to hire their consultant. paid him $300,000 that I would very much like the government of Barbados to get back, because we have not seen the results of any of that money, sir. We have seen no results of any of that money, sir. It is embarrassing when I go, last week I had to chair the CFATF meeting for the entire week in Trinidad. And, you know, people would meet me in the corridors and they would say, I am so glad that Barbados is doing better now. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. And they're not referring to the election victory, you know. What they're really saying is that for the first time in years, Barbados is actually taking the issue of money laundering and anti-terrorism seriously. And this is what they're saying to us. And we could have done so much better had the government of the last 10 years paid even the slightest interest in this area. Barbados should not be lagging behind Trinidad and Bahamas and Jamaica. But for too long, sir, we have become accustomed to lagging. It was almost as if you just had to be in the race. It didn't matter where you come. Sorry to come last in class. At least you ain't. Well, no, sir. Not that you have the lives and livelihoods of 250,000 Barbadians at stake. There was a time, sir, when I think at the time when Obadeli won, he didn't win, but he came bronze. He did bronze. Came third. But, sir, for all of us, he didn't win. For all of us, sir, it was as if he came first. I remember it well. The whole country was celebrating. Sir, for 10 years, we had a government that did not care whether we ran or placed or sink or swim. Made no difference to them, sir. I tell you, the criteria was set out. They knew what it was. Mr. Speaker, it is as if you had an English exam and you know what's coming on the exam, but you go and read science. You go and read Flintstones. You go and read Flintstones, sir. You know what's coming on the exam, but you can go and read Archie comics. And that is the government that we had for 10 years. What does it do now? It means, sir, that the resources of the Chief Parliamentary Council, have to be diverted from doing other important things so as to be able to cover off this work. Just 4 weeks ago, sir, it was amendments to the Companies Act, and several other pieces of legislation, because we had to respond to meet deadlines. Mr. Speaker, I certainly don't like us to be operating in this way. I don't like us to have to be rushing to Parliament today to be able to achieve this. But the fact of the matter is, sir, that we have to meet our targets based on various things. We know where we now need to orient, and this is one of those areas, sir. This was not an area that we had planned on dealing with at this time. We hadn't. We had this targeted for later in the year. And so we determined that we would want to get this done in time for October. That was our original target, October. But in the lead up to the meeting in Trinidad last week, certain information came to hand, and we understood that Barbados's trajectory was going to be, well, not the trajectory, but our timelines were likely to be truncated, and therefore we had to stop what we were doing and deal with this. No, sir, I heard somebody say that we had promised, I said it may be a bit of a digression, but if you'll permit me, sir, some member of the Democratic Labour Party, not the opposition wasn't saying anything so reckless, said that we promised integrity legislation and we didn't bring it yet. Sir, the officer who has been working on the integrity legislation bill is the same officer that they had to pull off the integrity legislation bill to do this so that we could meet the deadline. There are realities of government and of life that you must make difficult decisions to respond to the things that you need to respond to as a matter of urgency. I believe that we've had a difficult year. And I know that the opposition has taken us to task, both in the lower house and in the Senate, and the independent senators too. Oh, y'all always bring in these statutes in a hurry. Sir, the problem is that this is not the kind of playing field where we have the luxury of being able to always take the long view. We don't. And daily we have to respond to various exigencies. We have to respond to various emerging needs so as to be able to ensure that the ship of Barbados stays afloat. I want to apologize to the Leader of the Opposition for laying these two bills today and debating them today. There are other things that we would all rather be doing, sir. But the one thing that we have to do is to make sure that Barbados makes it through this tropical depression safely. In fact, some might say it's worse than a depression. It's probably a hurricane. But that is what we are commanded to do as the leaders of our country. And I don't know what the opposition will say. I believe that he will support these bills because, as a matter of principle, it's what we need to do. I assure him, and I assure the people of Barbados, that we are not fundamentally affecting the day-to-day lives of Barbadians. These are two instruments that are focusing on special circumstances and targeting special individuals. And I know that when the matters come in the Senate, the same kinds of criticisms will be made, but, sir, these are things that we have to respond to vitally. There are instances when an individual might be going along merrily and one day get a heart attack, and all of a sudden you go, stop eating sauce. It may be a grave hardship, sir. It may be the gravest of hardships, but you know, you have to respond to these things, sir. And again, I apologize for appearing too lighthearted, but I believe sometimes the levity is required. Mr. Speaker, I don't know that I can usefully go into any greater detail, but by way of summary, when we came to government, Barbados was wallowing at the bottom of the barrel in relation to our FATF compliance. We have now moved significantly away from those depths for me to be able to report that Barbados has now reached a stage where we are largely compliant on the vast majority of the indicators. Secondly, there is more that we have to do. Thirdly, time will not allow us to carry it into next year. It won't. But we are working every day so as to satisfy ourselves that Barbados will weather this particular storm and meet all of the outcomes safely. We now have to get to the effectiveness, but those are matters which go into law enforcement and so on, and it won't detain the chamber on those issues at this time. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for your indulgence, and I beg to move that the Customs Amendment Act be read a second time. Bill be read a second time.
Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say a few brief things in relation to this bill to amend the Anti-Terrorism Act. And I want to speak more to impact on country and our own economic activity with regard to matters covered by the issues that this amendment will bring, and the amendment to the Customs Act that the amendment to the Customs Act that we want to pass in this chamber before we get to the point of the comprehensive review of customs legislation. Barbados would have had a touch of dealing with matters of terrorism in 1976. And I think this party, the Barbados Labour Party, back then in government as well, would have, and I think some of what we do comes out of an understanding of actually being there. In 1976, almost immediately after the Barbados Labour Party came to office, the then Prime Minister and government came face to face with what it means to deal with terrorism. One of the first instances, the downing of and it was barbaric, it was tragic, but the bringing down of a passenger plane just off the west coast, what we now call the Platinum Coast. People dying in the air, dying coming down, dying in the sea. This Barbados Labour Party had to face that issue immediately on coming to office. And while I was not there and around, having listened to people talk about it, having heard some of the stalwarts who were around then talk about the impact it had not just on government, but the uncertainty that it created in the entire country. As a matter of fact, I get the impression that it created a significant level of uncertainty in the entire region. And those things, Mr. Speaker, impact people. And oftentimes we do not see the connection between some of these phrases like terrorism and all the attendant matters that go along with them. We don't see the connection with people who live in Boscobel or Indian Ground or Connelltown or, you know, the average, those who be referred as the average person. Terrorism, Mr. Speaker, and I say this based on my former life, it is the last thing that a country that is so dependent on tourism would want to hear about or to encounter. And that is because whenever there is that kind of uncertainty, whenever there is the feeling that a country could be impacted by this kind of activity, then people begin to think twice about visiting that location. We see it all over the world. When Bali was bombed, that fall off. When 9/11 happened, a similar thing. Wherever there are these issues, the country takes a hit. And Barbados is dependent at this time, even though government is moving to diversify the economy, Barbados at this point is heavily reliant on its tourism industry. We're heavily reliant on transient visitors, people who make decisions that I want to go to that place, Barbados, and spend some time resting, relaxing, recuperating. That peace of mind that a vacationer wants does not happen in a place where there is terrorist activity. We saw it, I think, most recently in a town in Egypt. And hearing the reports coming out of that situation, we understand that it is not a matter of the economy suffering, but taxi drivers will suffer. Room attendants will suffer. Food and beverage servers will suffer. Front office employees, receptionists will suffer, reservationists. It will impact those who sell food on the side of the street. These matters impact everybody across the spectrum in the country. And so Barbados, even though we may consider ourselves out of maybe the immediate firing line, as we sometimes feel, of terrorism and these kinds of activity, we have to bear in mind that we are not immune, we are not insulated, because the world in 2019 is a very, very small place. Now, Mr. Speaker, issues of money laundering, proceeds of crime, the immediate things that this bill speak to may not refer to terrorism or the possibility of terrorist acts happening in Barbados. But I want to say that Barbados, as a member of the global community, Barbados as a country that sees itself as one of the leading countries, a moral voice in this world, must not either be or appear to be treating to an issue like this in a casual way. Because even if we are not directly impacted by terrorist activity, if we allow our systems and our country to be used by those who perpetuate those types of crimes, crimes against humanity, then morally we are as guilty. We are as guilty as those who actually carry out the crimes, those who actually participate in terrorist activities. And even though we are small countries, we are a small country and we are in a region of small countries, we have to recognize that around us there is vulnerability. We have, and we have the issue to address, the issue of smallness. And even in our region of small countries, we are grappling with some geopolitical challenges that have the potential to impact us. The challenges of what is taking place in Venezuela has the potential to impact us. I participated recently in a regional meeting of ministers of labor, and those from the Trinidad delegation are speaking to the influx into their country of persons who are not Trinidadian. But they're not just speaking to that influx, they're speaking to the proliferation of weapons. And they are concerned about what that may mean for their society. Again, an issue in a region of small countries that has the potential to have negative consequences on our country. We had, and I heard just today in today's news, that there are certain restrictions that are now being placed on United States citizens traveling to Cuba again. So there are challenges in our region that we have to be aware of, we have to be cognizant of. We have to recognize that we are not immune and that we can suffer both directly and indirectly as a result of either facilitating the work of those who will want to terrorize our countries, who will want to use our country as a mechanism by which to fund their illegal activity. The other matter that I want to speak to briefly, because I'm not going to be very long in this intervention, the matter of negative listing. When we don't take these matters seriously, when it appears that we are being flippant about terrorism because we're a small country, or being flippant about the fact that our countries, small as they are, can be used to facilitate terrorist activities in other countries, countries that we may consider more vulnerable. But when we take these matters in a casual way, approach them in a casual way, then the negative listing that we can suffer has implication again for ordinary people in our country. When we are negatively listed, and I do not like the term blacklisted, because for me a blacklist is something very good. And I'm not talking about something good. So when we are negatively listed, then the investment climate changes. People have to wonder, potential investors, should I go to this country? These large blocks are saying to me that this country is not serious about how it is managing its affairs. So potential investors can be turned off. Then there are persons who are already investing and for whom negative listing impacts their direct operations. It impacts how they can relate to their head offices. It impacts how they can relate to other players in jurisdictions outside of Barbados. It impacts, and this is one that really troubled us in my previous life in tourism. Because in tourism, all payments are made usually either outside of Barbados or by people coming into Barbados with a credit card where the bank is outside of Barbados. And so the issue with correspondent banking was a very worrying one. Because if we are not able to have our local bank get money, access funds from its counterpart bank, either in the UK or in the US or Canada or wherever else the funding is originating, then our business will grind to a halt. And Mr. Speaker, when businesses, tourism businesses in particular, and tourism businesses directly and indirectly employ about 13,000 people in this country, when those businesses are impacted by negative listings, then we have the issue of working people, workers of Barbados, being put out of work. And so I simply want to say to the Chamber, and I want to say to Barbadians generally, when we hear bills like anti-terrorism and customs, things that sound like stuff you hear about on CNN and BBC, I want Barbadians to be cognizant that these matters impact us. These matters impact ordinary people. These matters have the potential to impact businesses, and because they have the potential to impact businesses, they have the potential to impact workers. And so, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I want to commend these two bills, not just to this House, but to the country, and to say that the Barbados Labour Party government continues on its way to ensuring that we are a responsible nation among the family of nations in this world, and that even though we are small, we will rise to the occasion. We will put all the measures in place that we need to put in place to ensure that we do not suffer the impact of terrorism and all the fallout that comes with it, but also that we will not allow our country to be used to facilitate terrorist activities in any other member of the family of nations. And with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable St. Joseph.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for St. Peter for his support. It is always important to remember that what we do in this chamber has practical impacts, sir, on the lives of Barbadians, and perhaps that is one of our great failings, sir, that as we go through various things in Parliament, we often tend to forget that there is a context, and that context, Mr. Speaker, must always be how to be sure that the electorate is properly served in our various measures. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the work continues. We are going to be meeting on a weekly basis now to ensure that we satisfy all of the requirements of the CFATF and of the FATF. I will give the Chamber my assurance, sir, that as I go through the process, I will, at every practical opportunity, update the Chamber on where we are. These are things that have a practical impact on the lives of Barbadians, and it is not right that a Chamber, sir, should be carrying out the people's business in their names, but not telling them what you're doing, sir. In fact, it is perhaps against that background that it was so important for us as a government to go back to the people of Barbados, as we did just Sunday gone, and say to them, this is what we have done in your name for the last year. And I can give the Chamber my assurance, sir, that if measured by nothing else, both me as Attorney General and this Chamber as led by the Prime Minister will always be cognizant of the fact that we are accountable to the people, and that is not just an accountability in terms of an election vote, but an accountability in terms of talking with people and letting them know what are the issues that beset us and how we intend to approach them. With those few words, sir, I beg to move that this Chamber now, that you do not leave the Chamber, leave the chair, and that what?
Bill be ready. Bill be ready.
I moved that already and it was seconded.
Bill be ready
Again?
second. Yes.
Beg to move that this bill be read a second time, sir.
The question is that this bill be ready a second time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Oh, he needs to put the question. Beg to move, sir, that you do not leave the chair and that this House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of the bill.
The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
The House is in committee.
Clause 1.
Beg to move that Clause 1 stand part.
Question is that Clause 1 stand part. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Beg to move that Clause 2 stand part.
The question is that Clause 2 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Beg to move, sir, that Clause 3 stand part.
Question is that Clause 3 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Beg to move that Clause 4 stand part.
The question is that Clause 4 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Beg to move that Clause 5 stand part.
The question is that Clause 5 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Report.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
The chairman of committee is reporting the passing of one bill in committee.
Bill be read a third time.
We'd like to second that.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be ready a third time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Customs Amendment Number 2 Act of 2019.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be passed and so cited. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This bill is so passed and so cited.
Order number 8, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that.
In the name of the Honourable Attorney General and the Minister of Home Affairs, to move the second reading of the Anti-Terrorism Amendment Bill 2019.
Honorable
Speaker,
Member St. Joseph.
I have to slow down, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
The question is this bill be read a second time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it.
I beg to move that you do not leave the chair and that the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of the bill.
The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it.
The House is in committee.
Clause 1.
I beg to move that Clause 1 stand part, sir.
The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Clause 2 stand part.
The question is that Clause 2 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Clause 3 stand part.
The question is that Clause 3 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I beg to move that Clause 4 stand part, sir.
The question is that Clause 4 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I beg to move that Clause 5 stand part.
The question is that Clause 5 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please all honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I beg to move that Clause 6 stand part.
The question is that Clause 6 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I beg to move that Clause 7 stand part.
The question is that Clause 7 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I beg to move that Clause 8 stand part, sir.
The question is that Clause 8 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I beg to move that Clause 9 stand part.
The question is that Clause 9 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 10.
I beg to move, sir, that Clause 10 stand part.
The question is that Clause 10 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 11.
I beg to move that Clause 11 stand part.
Second. The question is that Clause 11 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 12.
I beg to move that Clause 12 stand part.
question is that Clause 12 stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
The first schedule.
I beg to move that the first schedule be the first schedule to the bill.
The question is that the first schedule be the schedule to the bill. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Pedro?
Second schedule.
Yeah, go ahead.
Second schedule.
I beg to move that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill.
The question is that the second schedule be the schedule to the bill. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Sir, that you do not leave the chair and report. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to propose amendment. If you will look at the page of the bill, which refers to, I think it's on page 3. You have a reference to first schedule, and then you have a reference to schedule. It should be second schedule.
Second schedule. So you're proposing an amendment?
Propose an amendment that the word second be inserted prior to the word schedule.
Okay.
And they would therefore read second schedule.
Okay. Second.
I'd like to second that.
The question is that the
Word second be inserted.
that the word second be inserted. This will be amended, right? Amended, or, and that the schedule be as amended, right? So the question is that the schedule with amendments be the schedule to the bill. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
Move, sir, that you do not report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee.
Seconder? Second? Thank you. The question is that I do now report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
The chairman of the committee has reported the passing of one bill in committee with amendments.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Sir, that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Anti-Terrorism Amendment Act of 2019.
I'd like to second that.
The question is that this bill be passed and so cited. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Division.
Ms. Motley?
Aye.
Lieutenant Colonel Bostic?
Aye.
Mr. Marshall?
Aye.
Mr. Payne? Aye. Mr. Toppin? Aye. Ms. Ford? Aye. Mr. Prescott? Aye. Mr. Hinkson? Aye. Mr. Sutherland?
Aye.
Dr. Duguid?
Aye.
Ms. Husbands?
Aye.
Mr. Weir?
Aye.
Mr. Ford?
Aye.
Mr. Goodenagel?
Aye.
Mr. Thorne?
Aye.
Your Honor, Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Reverend Atherley? Mr. Griffith? Mr. Phillips?
Aye.
Mr. Jordan?
Aye.
Mr. Humphrey?
Aye.
Mr. Strawn?
Aye.
Mr. Rowe? Mr. Speaker, 21 honourable members voted in favour of the motion, and therefore, in accordance with Section 49 of the Constitution, the two-thirds majority of unity.
This bill is so cited and then passed.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, we commit to statements by ministers.
John is traveling, Marsha traveling.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I shan't be long, but within recent weeks, there has been considerable discussion with respect to LIAT, the regional airline, for us, and I promised that at an appropriate time I would speak to this honourable chamber and to the country with respect to it. As you're aware, sir, LIAT has had considerable challenges within recent times, and there have been a number of meetings with the shareholder governments with respect to LIAT. Barbados equally has entered an IMF program since the 1st of October 2018. And while it is fair to say, Mr. Speaker, that the crisis risks have abated, it is equally, and it is fair to say that Barbados is on the road. It is also equally fair to say that Barbados' journey is far from complete. It is against that background, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we have entered these discussions, recognizing that wherever we could in the past, Barbados has made its contribution to LIAT and indeed to securing regional affordable air transport. Over the years, we have done so without murmur. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, sir, Barbados moved from being a minor shareholder in LIAT prior to 2003 to one holding from 8.19% to where we are today at 49.4%. I should say that at one stage we held 51% in 2013. Mr. Speaker, sir, when we analyze where LIAT is today and what LIAT requires of its shareholder governments, it is clear to us that there are going to be serious challenges for us to proceed any further. Mr. Speaker, we cannot do what LIAT requires with the current structure that LIAT has today. Many are aware that LIAT has found it difficult with continuous losses to keep flowing and to keep its head above water. Indeed, many of the studies that have been done, many predating our existence as a government, make it absolutely clear that the current model which LIAT has within the 1974 Limited is not an attractive model, and that what is needed is significant restructuring, indeed a new model of governance, a new financial model, and a new operational model in order for it to be able to extract greater benefit and to provide the services which it does. We, Mr. Speaker, as a government, were persuaded by those studies and continue to be so. But we are not the only shareholder government. And there are others, no matter what we've said, or no matter how much we tried to impress upon it, who believe that there are better and different ways in order to secure the viability of the airline. Mr. Speaker, sir, we accept that there is no unanimity on this issue, but we equally accept that if others want to try and to be able to do it through a different methodology, then they should be given that opportunity so to do, particularly as a sister government. It is against that background, Mr. Speaker, that we have continued to reflect where Barbados finds its position itself now as the largest single shareholder at 49.4% of LIAT. There is only so much that Barbados can responsibly do at this time, given our current circumstances and our current position on the journey which I referred to just now. Therefore, sir, notwithstanding our absolute commitment to regional air travel, And notwithstanding the fact, sir, and given in fact, the fact that the studies have recommended a different model and restructuring for LIAT, and given the inability of the government of Barbados to do for LIAT in the next 5 to 10 years what the government of Barbados did for LIAT in the last 5 to 10 years, when we moved significantly to assume major shareholder responsibilities, we have taken the determination and decision as a cabinet that it is time for us to step back, while at the same time allowing other governments to continue with their proposal to want to restructure LIAT in the way in which they have determined. I want to make it clear, Mr. Speaker, absolutely clear, that the government of Barbados is not turning its back on LIAT. Indeed, we continue to be committed to LIAT and will, one, maintain a minimum shareholding in LIAT should we reach an agreement with our sister government for them to take over our shareholding with respect to the negotiations. Two, that we will continue to provide a minimum revenue guarantee, or I shouldn't say continue, we will provide a minimum revenue guarantee on any route that is uncommercial, unprofitable, recognizing, however, that the majority of routes that Barbados is involved in is in fact profitable within LIAT. And it is against this background, Mr. Speaker, our commitment continues such that within the last few weeks, the government of Barbados would have sent a further $1 million Barbados to LIAT, and would also have satisfied our commitments to the Caribbean Development Bank with respect to the refleeting of LIAT. Against the background, sir, of us taking therefore a step back while retaining a serious commitment to it, we have accepted an offer from a sister Caribbean state, Antigua and Barbuda, we enter into negotiations with them to see whether a deal can be concluded with respect to Antigua and Barbuda taking up our shares in exchange for them taking up our responsibilities as a shareholder within the context of LIAT. This will require negotiations on the part of both countries, and therefore we will be writing Prime Minister Brown to indicate that just as he has established a negotiating team, the government of Barbados will establish a negotiating team that will meet with his negotiating team to settle the terms, if we can, with respect to the conclusion of the transfer of the shareholding. The Honourable Attorney General of Barbados will lead our negotiating team, and it will meet hopefully in the course of the next few weeks to start the discussions. Mr. Speaker, sir, we believe that regional affordable air travel is critical, but we also accept that life is also to be taken how we find it. The government of Barbados wishes the government of Antigua well with respect to being able to pursue an alternative model, recognizing that we cannot play that role that we have played in the course of the last 5 to 10 years, given our priorities and our challenges economically. But we believe that we can continue to play a vital role still as a minimum shareholding government within LIAT, and ensuring that as many routes as possible that LIAT conducts are commercially viable, such that it does not place pressure or burden on the overall finances of the airline. Mr. Speaker, sir, I therefore thank this Honourable Chamber for affording me the opportunity of sharing the position that has been reached by the Cabinet of Barbados with respect to LIAT, and we look forward to successful discussions between our two countries such that we can report properly back to the public and to this Parliament the outcome of those discussions over the course of the next few weeks. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Speaker, just to correct the record, when the anti-terrorism bill passed, I had indicated 21 honourable members voted in favour. It should really have been 23 honourable members voted in favour of the bill. So just let the record reflect.
Correction is noted. Honourable Member for City of Bridgetown.
Mr. Speaker, earlier today we would have received a message from the Honourable the Senate in relation to the selection of 5 members to sit on the Select Committee. And I now have the honor to give the names of those members who will form that committee from this honourable chamber. So that the Honourable House of Assembly has the honor to extend its compliments to the Honourable the Senate and to reply to the message from the Senate inviting the House to appoint 5 members to a joint select committee on the Data Protection Bill 2019. The House of Assembly is pleased to appoint the Honourable Dale D. Marshall, QC, LLB, LEC, Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, Bishop Joseph J.S. Atherley, JPBA, Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Dwight G. Sutherland, BSc, MSc, MBA, Minister of Small Business, Entrepreneurship and Commerce, the Honourable Ms. Sandra C. Husbands, BA Honours, MSc, Minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Mr. Neil G. H. Rowe, Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs.
Honourable Member for City of Bridgetown.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us to the end of today's sitting, and I beg to move the adjournment of the House until Tuesday, the 18th of June at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honourable chamber be adjourned until the 18th day of June 2019 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands adjourned until the 18th day of June 2019 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.